Hello guys! Welcome to my Spyro the Dragon live stream. Yeah, I can hear you. As many of you know, Spyro the Dragon is my absolute favourite video game franchise of all time. And as part of Spyro Month, I want to do a Spyro live stream. So, tonight we've got James Lamont, Summer Rose, Mr. George, James Lister, John Murray, Cinder, and the purple boy himself, Spyro. Oh, and Martin may well also be coming. And hello, Jacob. Nice to see you. So yeah, in this stream, we're going to be playing various Spyro-related games. Spyro is indeed with me, John Murray. So yeah, we're going to be playing various Spyro Roblox games, talking about Spyro's history, as well as anything else that comes to my mind or you guys bring up. I don't know, where are they? Oh yeah, you have told us that you've got a Spyro plush, Mr. George. Do you think you could feature it in some of your videos? Interacting with SpongeBob? Because, you know, Tom Kenny does voice Spyro as well as SpongeBob, in case you didn't know. I definitely recommend getting one, John Murray. They're really nice. But the one I've got just so happens to be Spyro himself. And I mean the real Spyro. He takes on his plush form to blend into the real world and not freak anyone out. Nice, James. You should definitely feature those in your videos. Okay, I've just poured my cider. Also, yes please, Mr. George, that would be great. Yeah, also guys, later today Luna will be... Thank you, Jacob. Also guys, later today Luna's going to be premiering a video, so hopefully Victor and Odd will be joining us at some point. Odd does know about this stream. And Electro and Neon... Electro will certainly be joining us, hopefully Neon will as well. Gimme that. Sorry guys. Just informing Electro and Neon of the stream. See, I told Odd on Twitter. Hey Ham, look! I'm Picasso. I don't get it. You uncultured swine! What are you looking at, you hockey puck? Right. Nice, John Murray, very nice. Right, guys, with no more ado, and while we wait for the others to come, Electro, Odd, Victor, and Neon, while we wait for all them to come, let's get into the Spyro game. And chat about all things Spyro. You can see here that just before the stream started, I've been trying out various different Spyro games. I know, James. You can see I've been trying out various different Spyro games. Some are decent, others not so much. But of course the one we're going to be playing to start off with is the one I often play, Just Be Spyro. So we're going to run around as Spyro and chat about Spyro himself for a while. Alright, John Murray. I did find a load of other Spyro games, which I'll show you in a moment. Some of them are pretty hilariously awful. We'll play those at some point, and also, I also plan on showing you guys a Spyro history video at some point. Oh, Mr. George has joined me, nice. Hey, little Squidward. Yes, what's grey and ugly and has 6 arms? I don't know, but have you looked in the mirror lately? What? Why you? Yes. As I've said, there are a couple of Spyro games I want to show you later on this stream. Some are hilariously awful. And also, I'm going to show you guys a Spyro history video, just in case you guys don't know Spyro's history. And perhaps we'll also talk about the other Spyro, parts of Spyro in this stream. The Legend of Spyro. Don't think we'll talk much about Skylanders. I'm not a fan of Skylanders. SpongeBob, you moron. Judgment Day 2. Nice. Well, so far only 10 people watching. Thought we would have more. Wonder where Martin is. He usually shows up immediately. I'm sure he'll show up soon though. James May didn't take the news well. That was where it originated from, Jacob. Look what you've done to my bloody shed, man! Just wait for more people to come. So guys, in relation to the game, I want to ask you all, what Spyro games have you guys played, and what are your favourites? Doesn't matter which Spyro game it is, it can be the Reignited trilogy, the original PS1 Insomniac trilogy, the 2 PS2 games, Legend of Spyro, any of those. Powerful Fury. Nice. Oh, George has left. Ah, shit. You've never played any Spyro games? Well, I'd absolutely recommend them to you, John Murray. They're all really good. Oh, they're so good. I love them all. You played The Legend of Spyro, have you, recently? Nice. And I know you've also played the original trilogy before. As I've told you guys, I'm planning on getting a GameCube for Christmas, and which means I'll finally be able to play Enter the Dragonfly: A Hero's Tale and The Legend of Spyro: A New Beginning, and I'll be able to play The Eternal Night and Dawn of the Dragon on my Wii U through its backward compatibility with Wii games. And yes, I will do gameplay series on all of those Spyro games, and I am looking forward to doing them. But those are all going to be next year, though. Not too sure when exactly, though. Nice, James. You should try uploading a, You should try uploading, Oh, yeah, maybe. You should try uploading it to your channel. Very cool. Hang on, I'm just gonna ask, Victor Vincent if he's gonna come to the stream. Okay, let's see if Victor will surely be at Luna's premiere, so hopefully he'll come too, and as I said, Spyro hopefully will. I mean Odd. Okay. Only 5 people watching? Huh. Usually we have a lot more people at this time. I wonder where everyone is. Mr. Krabs didn't take the news well. Look what you've done to the bloody Krusty Krab man. No, not really. Not at all. SpongeBob was a massive jerk in that episode. Do 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 do. No, the CGI is much more detailed in the Polar Express. I love the Polar Express's animation. The motion capture in the Polar Express gets way too much hate. Don't worry, Martin. How come you were late, though? Oh, hey, MLP fan. Nice. Very nice to see you. Yeah, a couple people are a bit late tonight. I hope we'll see Electro, Victor, Neon, and Odd soon. Having my dinner. All your things sorted. Are you moving soon, Martin? Is that to say you're moving soon? No, I don't, Noah Stanley. I don't hate it, Noah. Welcome to the stream. Cool, yeah, cool, James, absolutely. You should absolutely have that. Intentionally terribly animated Puffy Fluffy. Oh, okay. Nice, John Murray. The fight scene is intentionally terrible. Nice. No, I doubt I'll play that in a gameplay series, Jacob. You were focusing on Watch Dogs getting PS4? Alright. I suppose you hate the idea of moving, Martin. I have no opinion on The Simpsons whatsoever. I just don't get the appeal of it and why it's been going on for as long as it has. It's not much different from, oh, Mr. G, okay, so, a nice abbreviation of his name. I really don't get the appeal. I don't get what makes it so special compared to other shows. You're on McJeffy. You're on your other account, are you, McJeffy? Oh, fine. Well, welcome to the stream, McJeffy. But how come you're using your second account today? Right, in a minute. I will show you guys those other, I will... Nice MLP fan. I will show you guys those other Spyro games in a second, then I'll show you the history video. You love living in Harpington? Oh, okay, well I love living where I'm living. However, I do want to move out and live in my own place soon. Tomb Raider Legends your favourite? How come? I may have to double check that that your first account hasn't accidentally been blocked. I'll check that after the stream if I remember to. I know, I think it's also available for PC, Jacob. Exactly, Martin, exactly. 13 people, very nice indeed. I hope we see Victor and Odd soon. Yeah, understandable, John Murray. I hope we see... Yeah, I figured so, Jacob. What I don't understand, but something I don't understand is why Crash Twinsanity has, is available on the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, but not the GameCube. Yeah, how come it's available, how come Crash Twinsanity got a PlayStation and, a PS2 and Xbox release, but not a GameCube release? That's so annoying. Cool, Mr. George, very cool. Yes, I have, McJeffy, but I'm not interested. I hope to move out in, 2 years' time, to MLP fan. Think so, James. Feisty one you are. Oh my god, I said it in exactly the same way Will Mackenzie said it. Nice. I will after the stream, Martin. We don't call each other, though I kind of wish we did, but I do message him on Twitter. But YouTube apparently implemented this brand new feature where you can go live together with other people. And I really want to do one of those joint live streams with Odd. I really want to do a joint live stream with Odd with that new feature. Cool, MLP fan. What Pixar shorts have I seen? I can't name them off the top of my head. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does sound cool. Your second account is related to furries. Interesting. Alright. If you want, James. Shit. I know, Martin, you told me and I followed you, I think. Okay, 15 people watching now. We're starting to get the numbers up. I do too, Jacob. Ah, shit. You can jump and glide in this Spyro game, but for some reason you can't breathe fire. I wish you could, though. Cool, James. Right. Not really a fan, Noah. Anyway, I'm going to quickly throw away my cider can and run to the loo, and then I'll be right back, guys. Of course I did, Jacob. I haven't watched it yet, though. Nice, Mr. George. Thank you. Right, guys, I'm going to quickly run to the loo. Hang on, what's John Murray said? Well, Fireman Sam's just gotten even worse with its new theme song. Oh, it sucks so bad. I knew that too, McJeffy. You haven't played any Spyro games? Well, you definitely should. You definitely should, McJeffy. They're so damn good. Cool, MLP fan. Nice. Right, I'm gonna throw my cider can away, run to the loo, then I'll be right back. I'm back. Now I'll show you all some of those hilariously awful Spyro games. What other Thomas episodes do I hate? Oh, there's loads. I guess Fiery Flynn and Up and Away to name a couple. Same here, Mr. George. Indeed, McJeffy. My parents do, and I used to use it, but I personally don't have it anymore, but my parents still do. They still sometimes use it to watch a few films on weekends with me. Okay, guys, I'll show you those more low-quality Spyro games now. This one's pretty hilarious. But there are quite some annoying noises in this game. Thomas and the Hay Engine. What the hell's that? Hang on, how's this? Fireman Sam, Proton Pack, Tommy Zoo. Indeed, John Murray. Cool, Mr. George. Yeah, I do hate quite a few SpongeBob episodes. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Bill Bricks. Yeah, there are a lot of noises. What other terrible episodes? I don't know, James. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Bill Bricks. Hope to see Victor, Odd, Electro, and Neon soon. These noises. Look, unlike the other Spyro game, this one you can actually technically breathe fire. But you don't really breathe fire out of your mouth. What happens instead is you fire missiles. It's hilarious. Cool. You can just spam click. Ow! Oh, but it's very easy to die in this game. It's really, really easy. This is hilarious. And all those noises you're hearing are supposed to be from the quote-unquote Rip Talks. Oh, one touch and you're dead immediately with this game. Zinky Zonk? Don't you mean Pinky Ponk? Why, Bill Bricks? Shit. What's that noise? Oh, hang on, Dragon Breath. Pew! Ah! I died immediately! What is going on? Nice. Nice, John Murray. Oh, still no Dragon Breath. Pew! Bang! Destroy the massive Riptops. Ow! God damn it! See how easy to die in this game it is? Yeah, it's fun, but a little frustrating. The other Spyro game is definitely better. Look, flap your wings, spacebar, you just float upwards. But you can't fire missiles while floating, so yes, look, I'm literally going upwards and you don't stop. Da, 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 da. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna show you guys something. I bounced. And I died, of course. Hang on. Just a minute. Cool.
One of the wizards bit. Oh, go on.
Hang on. Okay.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Do 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 do. And as I said, you just don't stop going up. And yeah, then you fall back down as soon as you click Dragon Breath. And you just thud to the ground with a stud. Oh, Gromit, look what you've done to me, bloody cheese, man. It's hilarious. What the hell was that? Don't think I've heard noises like that before. Where are those noises coming from? Yeah, Harry Potter, indeed, McJeffy. Cool MLP fan. Been playing every N64 game. Nice! Looking forward to seeing that, James. Scratch your bum! Do 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 do. Oh! You're dead immediately! What the hell? Thank you, Martin. Where are Odd, Victor, Neon, and Electro? God damn it! What the hell? Where the hell did you come from? You die so much in this game. Oh, Jesus Christ, on a bicycle! You bloody hell! I apologize if this noise is getting annoying for you now, guys. Mrs. Tweedy, no clue what she'd say. Don't really care, MLP fan. Asparagus explosion. Indeed, Mr. George. Opinion on Ratatouille? Yeah, it's a pretty good film. Quite like it. You already said that, James, and I acknowledged. Oh, I'm going so high. And stop. Oh, my missiles seem to have gone. No chicken escapes from Tweedy's farm. I just ran straight into the Riptops in the hopes that I'll respawn with my missiles again. Yeah, got the missiles. Exactly, Mr. George. No clue what he'd say, Jacob. Zootropolis, really good film. I really enjoyed it. Really good film. Oh, I see what happens. The missiles hit each other and explode. Oh, my bloody pie machine. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, MLP fan. We'll switch to another Spyro game in a sec. I knew it would. For some of you. 30 minutes in and still no Odd or Victor. Why aren't you... right. Like Sonic 6, which was terrible, and McJiffy, no joke, likes both. Oh, okay. Yeah, indeed. Sad, strange little man. Okay. The noise has stopped now, MLP fan. Oh yeah, I want to show you this. It uses the same model from, it uses the same model from the Spyro game I play all the time, but the world just completely disintegrates as soon as you spawn. No, I haven't, Bill Bricks. I'm just not interested at all. Look, the world just breaks apart immediately as soon as you spawn. It's hilarious. I wonder if it's actually the same world I use, I wonder if it's actually the same world the same world I play in on the other game. Oh, 20 people watching, cool. This is hilarious. And then you just respawn and keep dying over and over and over again. No problem, MLP fan, thank you for coming. Hope to see you later on in the stream, though. Nice, John Murray. Look what you've done to my bloody castle, man. Linguini, look what you've done to my bloody kitchen, man. Right. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to close the stream thing. Yeah, don't worry. Let's bring this back up. Okay. So that's pretty funny. This one's not that great. Well, this one with Spyro and Cinder is nice. But it's incredibly laggy, and you can't even glide or fly or breathe fire or anything like that. It's just nice to see some playable Spyro and Cinder models. Oh yeah, I played, oh yeah, when I played this earlier, I actually played it with the sound off. So I had no idea this game had the Dawn of the Dragon, yeah, this is an incredibly laggy game. Cool, ML. Yeah, definitely. That would be so cool to see, James. I don't really have an opinion on it, Jacob. Yeah, I had no idea this game had the Valley of Avalar theme from Dawn of the Dragon. So cool. Very laggy game though. This is a very laggy game though, unfortunately. We won't stay too long. So we won't play this for too long. I fell in the water! I think you're supposed to be able to glide off of that. Oh, that music's so good. I think you're supposed to be able to glide off of that thing. But you can't seem to for some reason. You can jump, but for some reason I tried every number key. Well, it's nice to see some of these playable Spyro and Cinemas, though. I guess so, Magic Schmack. Welcome to the stream. I do hope we see Odd and Victor and the others very soon, as I said. No problem, LP fan. You go record your thing and charge your phone. Thanks for coming. See you soon. Nice to see, as I said though, nice to see some playable Spyro and Cinder models, but this game is so damn laggy. Oh, Mason the Numberjacks fan. Oh, I remember you being on some streams before. Nice to see you again. Yeah, I remember you, Mason. Again, I do hope to see Odd, Electro, Victor, and Neon soon. Exactly, James, exactly. I think this game's lag has definitely got to do with the fact that it also has the Valley of Avalar theme. Yeah, we won't play this for too much longer as it is quite laggy. Feeble? Let me! Stop arguing, we're late already. Oh yeah, and this game's lag has also got to do with how big this game is. It is a pretty big world, this. He's big, he's blue, he's back. He is indeed, Electro, nice to see you. And we're starting again now. Nice to see you, Electro. So we've got Electro. We just need Victor, Odd, and Neon now. Yeah, the Dragon of the Hour is here. Nice to see you, Mr. George. Such a shame you can't glide in this game. You just thwomp down. James, don't be silly. You know full well that Electro has a dragon form. Dragons may not exist in this world, but in Electro's dragon world in Skyride Kingdom they do. 3 dragons of the hour. I guess we could consider you a dragon of the hour too, Electro. You ever take and play Bill and Ben, do you? Nice. Oh, nice. It also has a bit of the, This is a well-made game, though I wish Spyro and Cinder could glide and fly and such. The music is so damn good, though. What am I playing? I'm playing this this Valley of Avalar game where you can play as either Spyro or Cinder. Unfortunately, they can't glide, fly, or breathe fire, which is a massive bummer. Wish they could, though. Himself, of course. He's the Dragon of the Hour. This is his stream, of course. So part of Electro is in a parallel universe. No, all of Electro is in a parallel universe. He can switch between his 2 forms at will. I quite like Monsters Inc., though I do prefer Toy Story 2, though, and Cars. And Cars 1 and 3. Cool, McJeffy, but this is the Valley of Avalar theme from Legend of Spyro Dawn of the Dragon. Okay, I'll show you guys a couple more Roblox Spyro games, then I'll show you that Spyro history video by the video game historian. Oh, this one's a pretty hilariously awful one. Someone tried to recreate Sunrise Spring and all of its levels of Spyro Year of the Dragon. It's so hilarious. Look, you can play as either Spyro or Cinder. No problem, Electro. I see you're still working your way through, the games. But look, you don't exactly play as Spyro and Cinder, you more drive them. It's absolutely hilarious. Cinder's not even touching the ground. She's levitating above the ground. It's like... Oh, George has decided to be Spyro. Spyro and Cinder aren't dragons in this game, they're maglevs. Magnetically levitating trains. Mr. Water News didn't take the news well. No clue what he'd say. The definitive history of the LMS locomotive. Yeah, that would definitely be cool to see, James. Yeah, they do look awful. Hilariously awful. What message? What is that? It's an incredibly blocky and incredibly terribly made Cinder. Spyro? I'm Cinder, you blind twat. George is playing as Cinder as well. He is indeed teasing you again, Electro. This is hilarious. Look, Cinder's just levitating. You're very blocky, Cinder. This is so hilarious. Meme reference. Where could Victor, Odd, and Neon be? Luna does have a video premiering tonight, so... Oh, you can get to Midday Gardens as well. Nice. So hopefully we will see Victor and Odd after Luna's video premieres. To Bloody Monsters Incorporated, man. No, you can't, unfortunately, George. This game is so hilariously awful. You can't even run that fast. What the hell? Why am I up here? Can I go back down? Yes, I can. Truly wonderful the mind of a child is. Indeed. How come you said that though, Electro? Oh my goodness. What is this? What the hell is this? Oh my god. Alright, Mr. George, favourite Pixar villain? I don't really know, Jacob. Look, my head is poking out of Cinder, so I'm not playing as her, I'm driving her. I'm driving Cinder the maglev train. This is so hilarious! Into the maglev train. Cool, Martin. Oh my goodness gracious. So what are you referring to when you say the mind of a child is wonderful, Electro? Oh my bloody hell! Looks like some of these portals don't work. Oh my goodness. I'm crawling along! I can't. There is a run function, but it doesn't seem to work. This is hilarious! You still there, Electro? You taking a while to type your answer. Where do these portals lead? I have no idea where I am. What is going on? What the actual hell? What the everlasting hell is going on? Fall to the ground. Plump. What's this? A G major LOS Spyro. Digital Spyro. What the frick? Oh, what is this game? Hey Felix, welcome to the stream. Don't know where the others are though, where Odd, Victor and such are. Has Electro disappeared? He doesn't seem to have answered my question. I think Electro may have suddenly disappeared. Oh, there you are, Electro. So what do you say? So what do you mean by truly wonderful the mind of a child is, Electro? Why did you say that? Least favourite, Lotso. I despise Lotso. I don't care if he has a tragic backstory. He is an absolute loathsome asshole, Jacob. The Spyro Ice Cavern game. This one. Alright, we'll have a look at it in a sec. Big Shark, just waiting for you to go swimming at Bondi Beach. Come to Australia, you might accidentally get killed. Your blood is bountifully spilled, with fear your pants will be filled. Hello, my name is Munt. No, Munt. Yeah, I hate him too. Yeah, indeed. And rightfully so, Jacob. Interesting. Alright, cool, Electro. Anyway, as I said, I hope we see Odd, Victor, and Neon after Luna's video premieres in 40 minutes. Okay, we'll have a look at this Spyro Ice Cavern game. Jacob, George recommended me to play it, so I think I will have a look at it. Seems good. Oh. George seems to be on as well. Hello, I'm Spons! Oh, I can't play as Spyro, though. But this seems to be a direct port of the Ice Cavern Spyro 1 level in PS1 directly into, my name is Jeff. directly into Roblox. Very interesting. It seems to be an exact direct port into Roblox. Very nice. A port of the exact level. No, don't worry, Mason. You're not that late. We're not even a quarter of the way into this stream yet. That doesn't mean he doesn't... That doesn't mean he doesn't watch Luna's videos, Electro. It was his PS1 baby games video, McJeffy. Your life's constantly under threat. Have you been bitten yet? You've only got 3 minutes left. Before a massive coronary breakdown. No, you're not, Mason. Yeah, very nice. Shame you can't speed through here, like Spyro. Meet the Robinsons? I have no opinion, I'm not interested. I'm not interested, as Jeremy Clarkson would say. Oh yeah, you can get up here as well. Those jumps are actually a bit harder in the actual game. No problem, Mason, you're welcome. Direct imports are too simple. They lack skill and are just effortless. Oh, okay. But it still looks nice that you can run around in as you can run around this level in Roblox though, Electro. Yeah, I don't really have an opinion on it. Indeed, James. Actually, Mr. Jacob, I have. I have actually watched it now, I can finally tell you. It's pretty cool. Not exactly what I was expecting, but still cool enough. Alright, Mason, if you say so. Alright, guys, I'll now show you that Spyro history video that I feel is very interesting. Solid Barbara, indeed. From, yeah, that's what Canagris said. Cool Electro. But I'm thinking of the G word when I'm thinking of, when you say rainbows, I'm thinking of the G word. I think you know what I'm referring to. Welcome back, John Murray. Nice to see you, and Rexy and Lily must have really missed you, Electro. Nice that I see you again. Right, so I'll show you that Spyro history video now. Then we'll maybe talk a bit. Then after that, we'll maybe talk a bit about the Legend of Spyro series, and then after that, my ideas for a Spyro film. You said that before, Jacob. Cool, Mason. I may have to check it out. I'm sure he was. And I bet you were too. Right, so this video by the gaming historian is so damn interesting. Oh yeah, and the history videos by Tori Dory are really damn great as well. The Spyro history videos by Tori Dory are really damn great as well. They're amazing. Indeed, James, indeed. Yeah, Tori Dories, we may check out a few of those, but there are so many of her videos, we won't have time to get through with Tori's videos, we won't have time to get through them all. But for now, I'll let you guys watch the Spyro the Dragon story video of the first 3 original Insomniac games. And then after that, as I said, we'll talk about the Legend of Spyro series. I like the Unlucky Tugs video about Toby as well, Mason, his Sodor's finest. Trunk and Light, oh, alright. Okay, guys, I'll let you guys watch the first, I'll get this video underway for you guys, and while you're watching the first little bit of it, why have you retracted your message, Electro? Oh, whatever. Anyway, while I let you guys watch this, I'm going to quickly run to the loo again, and then I'll come straight back. I'll be right back, guys.
By the late 90s, there were 2 major video game companies competing for the industry's top spot. Nintendo with their Nintendo 64 console, and Sony with their Sony PlayStation. Nintendo marketed themselves primarily towards the pre-teen demographic, and that was reflected in their games. Super Mario 64, Pilot Wings, Yoshi's Story, Mario Kart 64. That's not to say the Nintendo 64 didn't have mature games, they definitely did, but those usually came from third-party developers. Sony, on the other hand, went the other way and appealed to teens and adults. The PlayStation showcased cutting-edge technology for the time. Full-motion video and CD-quality audio meant developers could make almost movie-like gaming experiences. Titles such as Final Fantasy VII and Metal Gear Solid presented more mature, violent stories. The lines were drawn. If players wanted a more lighthearted family experience, they went with the Nintendo 64. More mature adult themes? Sony PlayStation. But Sony didn't like that dynamic. They didn't want a portion of the gaming audience. They wanted everyone. So by late 1996, Sony went after Nintendo's demographic by making more family-friendly games. One of those titles was a cute little game called Spyro the Dragon. Developed by Insomniac Games, Spyro the Dragon was one of the first open-world 3D platformers on the PlayStation.
Exactly, Electro, and yeah, one of the first open-world 3D platformers on the PlayStation. And Spyro, and the original games, and all the games that were made prior to The Legend of Spyro are accurate to Spyro's current life, are accurate to the life Spyro's currently living. He's gonna take you back to the past. Frog off, goodness. To play the shitty games that suck ass. It was developed by Konami, who also developed Yu-Gi-Oh! Interesting, Bob. Opinion on Thunderbirds 2015? I really like it. I really do like it. Though I do slightly prefer the original Thunderbirds, of course.
Audience, they wanted everyone. So
we have a thank you, Electro. The target has been eliminated. Thank you for eliminating that target, Electro. We will have no sexy stuff in this we will have no one talking about sexy stuff in this stream
but
whatsoever.
Sony didn't like that dynamic. They didn't want a portion of the gaming audience. They wanted everyone. So by late 1996, Sony went after Nintendo's demographic by making more family-friendly games. One of those titles was a cute little game called Spyro the Dragon.
Gameplay of Croc,
developed by Insomniac Games.
Favorite Mario game? Super Mario Galaxy, no question. Hope you might like my rant too, Mason. Brom the Bomb.
Spyro the Dragon was one of the first open-world 3D platformers on the PlayStation.
Indeed it was.
Despite slow early sales, Spyro the Dragon spread by word of mouth, and the game took off.
Indeed.
Insomniac would go on to make 2 more titles in the franchise. The games would go on to sell more than 11 million copies. The history of
11 million copies in total. Not... The original trilogy sold 11 million copies in total. Not bad at all. And deservedly so. You'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. Maybe because he has a crude sense of humour, Electro, just like me. 2016's Brahm. Not a fan. No, don't worry, Martin, it's alright. I love it when you make jokes like that. But advertising sex like that bot, no way am I having that on my streams. Yeah, Spyro spread by word of mouth. I'm really pleased that Spyro, and Crash Bandicoot for that matter, I think it's funny too, Martin. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's funny too. I'm absolutely delighted that Spyro and Crash Bandicoot are still relevant today. So pleased. Spyro could have just as easily faded into obscurity and only be remembered by PS1 fans. Spyro could have just been another platformer franchise that faded into obscurity and is only talked about among the hardcore PS1 fans. Game franchises like Croc and Bubsy and Cheesy, which only got one game and I only know about it through Cad Icarus. I'm so pleased that Spyro has become a successful franchise, unlike Bubsy and Croc. Some things better off not being spoken. Yes, sometimes, but stuff like that I think is alright, Electro, especially on these live streams. I'm not sure, Mason. I like children. Indeed, James. In fact, your sense of humour is probably more crude than mine, James. You remember what I said about, you bringing joy to these streams by making me laugh a lot. Did you know that remember of kind of Jacob? It could well be the same one. I definitely prefer the original Spyro trilogy, Mr. George. As I said before, the original Spyro trilogy is light-hearted and fast-paced Indiana Jones-style action adventures. Spyro, The Legend of Spyro is more akin to Lord of the Rings and The Matrix, and I felt that it was just too epic for Spyro standards. As I've told you guys before, hang on, I'm just getting another cider. As I've told you guys before, my Spyro film series are going to be more in the vein of the original Insomniac games and the Reignited trilogy. And they won't really be based on The Legend of Spyro. There's something called freedom of speech. I know. Had the franchise not become famous, I would not have remembered your past life. Indeed, Electro. So did you remember your past life? So did the memory of your past life come back to you after you found out about Spyro? After you found out about the Spyro games, did the memories of your past life come back to you, Electro? I have no opinion on it, Mason.
Spyro the Dragon is all...
Though I do still think I'll end up though I do still prefer the original Spyro games, I do think I'll still end up liking, the Legend trilogy. Hang on, I spilled a bit of my cider, I just need to get some kitchen roll. Ah, shit. Not now! I spilled a little bit of cider, I'm cleaning it up. Just a little bit. Can you go away? No, it's fine.
Where is it?
I've just cleaned it up.
How much was spilled?
Only a tiny bit.
Okay.
Didn't you say? Oh, you... Oh, my mum just came in. The Eternal Night is my favourite. It's Odd's favourite as well, George. Understandable, but it's alright. But it's, but again, understandable.
Also the history
though I
of
do
Insomniac
like,
Games.
But though I do like, yes, it was Mason, just ignore that. But though I do, it's Odd's favourite as well, though again, I do think I do think I'd still prefer the original games. I really do want to play the Reignited trilogy at some point. I haven't gotten the chance to play the Reignited trilogy yet. I've only played the original PS1 trilogy so far, but I really do want to play the Reignited trilogy eventually. Hopefully I'll do a gameplay series of the Reignited trilogy for next year's Spyro Month in 2023. For Spyro Month 2023. Interesting, John Murray. I have a lot of memories of Nick Jr. classics though. Cool, James. Cool. Cool, Electro.
To sell more than 11 million copies.
11 million
The history of
copies.
Spyro the Dragon is also the history of Insomniac Games. Spyro was only their second title, and it cemented them as one of their premier developers for
Yeah,
Sony.
Spyro the Dragon was only Insomniac Games' second title.
In 1994,
After, and as many of you know, after they played, after Spyro the Dragon was created, after Insomniac finished the Spyro trilogy, they went on to develop Ratchet and Clank. And after Naughty Dog had finished with Crash Bandicoot, they went on to develop Jak and Daxter and eventually Uncharted.
26-year-old Ted Price was ready for a change. After getting a degree in English from Princeton, he had taken a job with his uncle's medical company. But Price's true passion was video games. At the age of 10, he had begged his father for an Apple IIe computer, claiming he could make a video game and earn $10 million. Eventually, he gave up his dream.
Indeed, and better graphics quality as well. Though there is still that, though the original PS1 games do still have that nostalgic charm to them. You download it onto the PS4 for you can download it onto your PS4 for free, can you, Electro? I didn't know that. Very nice. I definitely think you should give the original PS1 games a try as well, Electro. Cool, MLP fan. Scratch it and wank. Oh yes, that Ratchet and Clank YTP. I remember that. Okay.
Of programming. But while working for his uncle's medical company, he found himself programming again. $1 million. Eventually, he gave up his dream of programming. But while working for his uncle's medical company, he found himself programming again. And the itch...
Oh, okay, Electro. Guess you gotta finish it before the time's up. I reckon I
to
could,
make
though.
video games came back. So Price left his job, and on February 28, 1994, he formed Extreme Software. But Price was in for a rude awakening. While organizing his new company and working on designs for his first game, he realized he needed a lot of help. Luckily, help came to him.
Toss what, Electro? What are you saying? What are you referring to when you say that, Electro? Opinion on Wall-E? I haven't really seen it, but I'll take the public's word for it that it's a good film. Cool, James. I also hope to get a copy of Super Mario Sunshine along with my GameCube when I get it for Christmas, as well as Enter the Dragonfly, Hero's Tale, and New Beginning. Secret Agent Wank.
One day, Price's mother was bragging to a friend about her son's new software. But Price was in for a rude awakening. While organizing his new company and working on designs for his first game, he realized he needed a lot of help. Luckily, help came to him. One day, Price's mother was bragging...
Last statement. Toss it. I know, tosser. So you're implying that you're going to, toss semen at him, are you, Electro? Is that what you're implying?
Speaking to a friend about her son's new startup video game company. His mother's friend had a son at Princeton who was roommates with an extremely talented programmer who was looking for work, Alex Hastings. Price's mother passed the word to Ted, who immediately called up Hastings to make a pitch. Hastings agreed to join, and in June of 1994, moved out to California to join Price at Extreme Software. Soon after, Alex's brother, Brian Hastings, joined the company as well. But the name Extreme Software was short-lived. The trio received a letter from a database company claiming they had stolen their name. They quickly had a brainstorming session for a new name. A few ideas were Ragnarok Software, Black Sun Software, Moon Turtle, The Resistance Incorporated, and Ice 9. Finally, Ted Price pitched the name Insomniac Games.
In the theme of that commercial, cleaning is better than dirty and cleaning is needed than clean. Oh, I haven't seen the commercial, so I wouldn't say.
It wasn't being used by anyone, and all three members of the team were pulling a few all-nighters. Insomniac's first game would be a Doom clone, known as Disruptor. Price and the Hastings brothers all loved Doom, and remembered the excitement of playing the game for the first time. Disruptor felt like a good first title to get their feet wet. Said Alex Hastings, "We didn't know what we were doing. None of us had any experience. But yeah, doing a sort of Doom clone, it felt doable." Insomniac Games approached Sony about bringing Disruptor to the PlayStation, but they were in for a shock. A Sony development kit cost an arm and a leg. It was too much money for the new company, so Disruptor began its life on the 3DO. In about a month, they had a demo and began looking for a publisher, but no one was interested. That is, until one of their last scheduled meetings, with Universal Interactive Studios. Universal Interactive was a division of Universal Studios, which was hoping to get into the video game industry. They had just signed Naughty Dog to a development deal, and were looking for more up-and-coming developers. Insomniac's Disruptor caught the eye of Universal Interactive's Vice President, Mark Cerny.
I really do hope we see...
Cerny was no stranger.
We see Odd Victor and Neon soon.
Vice President, Mark Cerny. Cerny was no... Insomniac's Disruptor caught the eye of Universal Interactive's Vice President, Mark Cerny. Cerny was no stranger to the video game industry. At the age of 17, he got a job making games at Atari. His first big hit was Marble Madness, a unique isometric platformer where the player has to navigate a marble to the exit. After Atari, Cerny worked for Sega in both Japan and the United States.
As was the CDI.
Working on games such as Sonic the Hedgehog 2. He eventually left to become an executive at Universal Interactive. Cerny was impressed that the Disruptor demo was made in only a month. He signed Insomniac Games to a deal. Universal would publish Disruptor, and Insomniac agreed to make 3 new games for Universal. About halfway through Disruptor's development, it became clear the 3DO system was not the future. Sales slumped, and other developers jumped ship. With the help of Mark Cerny and Universal Interactive, Insomniac got Sony dev kits, so development could continue for the PlayStation. On November 30th, 1996, Insomniac Games and Universal Interactive released Disruptor for the Sony PlayStation. it was a disappointment. The game only sold around 200,000 copies, mostly due to a lack of marketing. However, critics praised Disruptor. IGN stated, "For gamers who like a good shooter, you can't do much better than this." Despite the praise, the lack of sales made Insomniac founder Ted Price nervous. "There were times when we thought we weren't going to be around for another week," he said. But Universal wasn't ready to give up on Insomniac games.
That's good of them.
After the disappointment of their first title, Disruptor, Insomniac Games, which had grown to 6 employees, wanted to make a game with more mass-market appeal. Disruptor took place in a dark, gritty world. Brian Hastings said they were ready to make, quote, "a game my mother would be able to play."
Nice.
Universal Interactive's Mark Cerny approached them with some insight. The average age of a PlayStation user was trending downward.
It wasn't jam. It wasn't blood. It was jam, though. I do see what you mean.
Nintendo's family-friendly games were selling extremely well. If Sony could get more titles like Nintendo had, it could result in huge sales numbers. Not only that, but Alex Hastings was working on a new game engine. It was developed to showcase open worlds and view objects at great distances.
I talked about this.
Perfect technology for a 3D platform. All they needed now was a character and a story. Ted Price pitched an idea about aliens invading Earth. He got a lukewarm reception.
Obviously inspired by Independence Day, his original
technology
idea.
For a 3D platformer. All they needed now was developed to showcase open worlds and view objects at great distances. Perfect technology for a 3D platformer. All they needed now was a character and a story. Ted Price pitched an idea about aliens invading Earth. He got a lukewarm reception. Then art director Craig Stitt mentioned that he had always wanted to make a game with dragons. "I've always loved dragons. To me, they are just the greatest creature. The combination of a T-Rex with wings and breathing fire, I mean, you've got the best of everything in a dragon." The idea clicked with everyone. Insomniac Games' newest title would be an open-world 3D platformer where you played as a dragon. They brought in artist Charles Zembillis, who had helped Naughty Dog with the character designs in Crash Bandicoot. Zembillis began preliminary sketches of the dragon
I'll be running my Christmas list
At first, the dragon was large. Too large. Alex Hastings noted that animating such a large character would be troublesome. It had to be smaller and would need to appeal to their demographic of 8 to 10-year-olds. A few descriptors were cute, mischievous, bratty, and unpredictable. Eventually, Zembillis had nailed down a design for the main character. Said Brian Hastings, "This looks like a mascot character. This is something that could be big." His original name was Pete, as was the working title of the game. But Universal lawyers quickly stepped in, noting that Disney had a movie called Pete's Dragon, and would surely come knocking. The name Pyro was also considered, but it
I'm glad they didn't go with Pete. I'm very glad they didn't go with Pete. Spyro is a very unique name, and it really has a very nice ring to it. Exactly, James.
felt too mature. A Sony marketing director eventually suggested the name Spyro. It stuck.
Purple.
Originally, Spyro was a green dragon, but that quickly changed. As art director Craig Stitt designed the medieval fantasy worlds for players to explore, he was concerned that Spyro was blending into the grass too much. After experimenting with dozens of colors, they finally settled on purple. It was a unique color that made Spyro more playful and fun.
Indeed. No, I can't. They're too copyright sensitive. Welcome back, Mason. Skateboard Spuds, Mr. George. Again, I'm glad they made Spyro purple. Very unique color, indeed.
At the E3 Expo in May of 1998, Insomniac Games showed off Spyro the Dragon. People were impressed by the large, colorful open worlds and called it graphically stunning. Sony was excited for the game as well, and threw heavy marketing behind it. Magazine previews and even TV commercials raised hype for Spyro. After crunching through tight deadlines...
Oh, interesting. CG
Dragon.
Spyro. Yeah, you can indeed. I do too, Mason.
People were impressed by the large, colorful open worlds and called it...
How come Sony did a lot of marketing for Spyro, but not Disruptor? That's what I fail to understand. Oh dear, McJeffy. Mr. George. Guess we'll have to suck it. You still there, Electro? You haven't tried it for ages.
Stunning.
Or have you had to
Sony
go?
was excited for the game as well, and threw heavy marketing behind it. Magazine previews and even TV commercials raised hype for Spyro. After crunching through tight deadlines, Spyro the Dragon made its debut on September 9th, 1998 for the Sony PlayStation, at a retail price of $39.99.
Oh, I love the Spyro theme. I should do it.
In Spyro the
take
Dragon,
your word
you
for it,
play as
Mason.
Spyro,
Don't know
the
who
smallest
you're
of the
referring to.
dragons living in the Artisan's world. After an interview where the
Yeah, the dragons clearly have TV and electricity. Yeah, they do. It is confirmed that they have electricity. But yeah, that in Year of the Dragon, there are smaller dragons than Spyro. All of the dragon hatchlings. Indeed, Mr. George, indeed. And I played an orchestral version of it at the start of the stream. It's a bit
older
lovely.
dragons insult a villain named Nasty Nork, Nasty turns all the dragons into statues. Spyro, who avoided the spell, must save his dragon friends and take down Nasty and his henchmen. Along the way, Spyro is accompanied by his dragonfly buddy, Sparks.
Alright,
Sparks was
Mason.
designed to provide hints to Spyro, and act as his life meter. The first thing players noticed when starting up Spyro was how open the worlds were, and how fun it was just to run around with Spyro. Insomniac thought many PlayStation games felt too claustrophobic,
No
and wanted
clue
to
what
give the
he's
player
saying.
room to run around.
look what
During
you've done to
development,
bloody
Insomniac
Sunny
Games
Side
had a
now.
Nintendo 64 in their office, and would play it constantly. One thing they noted was how much fun it was to just run around in Super Mario 64.
Why Mario doesn't have his voice dubbed in the Japanese language? Probably because they didn't feel the need, as Mario doesn't speak much anyway.
4. They called it the toy factor. The game should be fun to run around, even without enemies. When enemies
Yeah, I've noticed. Yeah, it is.
was how much fun it was to just run around in Super Mario 64.
Yeah, but I think you run a lot faster in Spyro. I think you run a lot faster in Spyro though. Yeah, I think you run a lot faster in Spyro. That's part of what makes what puts
They called it
Spyro
the
above
toy
Mario
factor.
for me, and also
The game
because
should be
Spyro's
fun
much
to
more
run
unique.
around, even without enemies. When enemies were around, they actually interacted with Spyro, which was different than most games at the time. Generally, enemies travel along a fixed path, or fire
Okay, looks like
projectiles.
Electro's
But in
having to go.
Spyro, many of the enemies react based on what Spyro does, or even interact with other enemies. It made the worlds feel more alive.
Like Super Mario.
Spyro attacked enemies by either charging them or with his flame breath. Players had to learn which attacks worked on certain enemies. For example, some enemies
Alright,
wore armor,
LLP
so
plan,
fire
okay.
wouldn't work on them. In total, there were 6 worlds to explore,
the
each one
whirlwinds, love the
containing multiple
whirlwinds.
levels. In most levels, Spyro must rescue his dragon friends while collecting gems and the occasional dragon egg. To mix up the action, Insomniac Games added flying levels.
Oh yeah, and there were a lot more, and of course, Spyro 3 was all about collecting dragon eggs.
In these levels, Spyro has to complete certain objectives, like flying through hoops and destroying enemies in a limited amount of time. These were programmer Alex Hastings' favorite levels. You can easily waste an hour or 2 without even realizing it, he said. When it came to making the worlds, art director Craig Stitt focused on creating unique color palettes for each world. Each world had 2 or 3 base colors, and the details were filled in by different shades or contrasting colors. Stitt used a whiteboard in the office to document and keep track of the unique colors for each world. Spyro the Dragon runs on an internal game engine developed by Alex Hastings. What makes the engine
No, I
unique
don't
is that there is no
actually,
distance fog. At the time,
No clue
consoles
what
weren't
he'd
powerful
say,
enough to render a
James.
lot of complex
Well, this
graphics
is
and
important.
shadows. To compensate objects far away, games would use a fog to hide the graphics, allowing the game to run more smoothly. In Spyro, there is no fog. Rather, the engine renders objects farther away with a much lower polygon count. As the player gets closer, the polygon count increases until it is fully rendered. It was a great solution.
Exactly.
Seeing platforms and objects far away enticed players to explore and try to reach new areas.
Yeah,
With Universal
and it made it look
Interactive
much better
backing the
and a much
game,
higher
Insomniac Games
production
had
value at
access
the
to
time.
incredible resources. This is especially evident in the game's music and voice acting. Spyro the Dragon soundtrack was composed by Stuart Copeland, co-founder and drummer for the band The Police. Spyro was his first video game composition. To write the music, Copeland would play the game and get an attitude for
Very
each level.
terribly.
He would compose the level's
Hated.
music based on that. Spyro's
He was
voice
pretty
is provided
bad
by
at the
Carlos
game, Stuart.
Alazraki, most well known for being the voice of Rocco
Carlos
in Rocco's
Alazraki.
Modern Life,
Yeah.
and the Taco Bell Chihuahua dog.
Nice.
According to PlayStation Underground, Alazraki was the
Okay,
first to
you say
audition
so.
for the role,
Okay,
and
fam.
immediately got the part. According to Alazraki, it took a little while to find the right voice for Spyro.
I think we went through about maybe 5 or 6 versions, where
He was like really young and had Lionel up in the nose, and then he was like really cooler and older, and they actually recorded something like that.
but then they found out he was too mean.
So then we just kind of did a mixture in between the two, where it's kind of
Nice.
like he's really kind of a go-getter kind of guy and kind of tough, but really kind of nice.
Additional voices were provided by Clancy Brown, who
Understandable.
also voiced Dr. Neo Cortex from Crash Bandicoot, and Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob SquarePants.
It would be understandable why, but I prefer if they didn't, Jacob.
Critics loved Spyro the
Very
Dragon.
understandable.
While this type of game has been all but perfected on the Nintendo 64 with stars like Super Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie, attempts at it on the
Yeah, go
PlayStation
for it,
haven't
James.
panned out. Blasto, for example, was particularly disappointing,
God.
and while PlayStation's reigning mascot champ, Crash Bandicoot, has appeared in several platform games, players didn't have full control over where he could explore. But Spyro finally proves that not only is PlayStation
Mason, I
capable
hope
of supporting
Electro
such a
comes
game,
back, and I hope
it can
we'll
do
see
it very
Oz
well.
and Victor
Ian McDonald,
Leon.
Home Office Computing Magazine.
GameSpot's Joe Fielder felt the same way. Yes, it's taken some time, but there's finally a proficient 3D platform game for the PlayStation, he said. Several reviews noted that the game was a bit childish. That bothered Insomniac founder Ted Price. To see it called a kiddie game implied that it was a simple,
not a kiddie
novice-oriented
game. It's
game
not a
that
kiddie
wouldn't
game at
satisfy
all.
hardcore players, he said. Sales were mixed, despite widespread acclaim from critics.
I can't do
In
an
Europe,
impression
the
of her
game
either,
flew
and
off
neither of
shelves,
Peach.
but in North America, things were much slower. It wasn't until after the 1998 holiday season that things began to pick up. As kids got the game for Christmas, parents and even grandparents discovered how much fun Spyro the Dragon was. Said Ted Price, "We had grandmothers writing us letters saying they had stolen the game from their grandkids because they liked it better." Sales of Spyro the Dragon
Luna's
eventually
video is
surpassed
premiering
more
now.
than 5
It's 8 o'clock.
million
Luna's video
units.
is premiering now.
It was the breakthrough game Insomniac Games was hoping for. Universal Interactive and Sony were thrilled with the sales. They asked for a sequel by the 1999 holiday season. After the release of Spyro the Dragon, Insomniac Games grew to 13 employees. Mark Cerny,
yeah,
wanting to
Luna's
focus
video
more
is
on
premiering
game design, left Universal Interactive and formed his own consulting company, Cerny Games. And Ted Price, founder of Insomniac Games, was feeling the pressure to deliver a sequel. Recalling the development of Spyro
Indeed.
2,
I hope to
Ted
see
Price said,
Alden's
"We had to make the
Victor
sequel
afterwards,
more
of course."
revolutionary than evolutionary." The good news was, Insomniac could use the same game engine. They just had to come up with new gameplay mechanics. The team scrambled and threw out a lot of ideas, but they eventually settled on mini-games, challenges, and objectives throughout the level.
Watching the Spyro video,
This would
I
add
almost
variety
forgot.
to each
Oh, yeah,
level
Spyro
instead of the
2.
standard
yeah, the
get
graphics
to the
were
end of the
definitely
stage
upgraded
goal.
for Spyro
One
2.
idea Insomniac struggled with was collecting items. It was definitely an important aspect of the game, but how much was too much? For Spyro 2, Insomniac found a nice balance. They added more collectibles, but not enough to make it the main focus of the game. This would also add more challenge to the game, and Insomniac hoped it would help shed Spyro's label as a kiddie game. When it came time to name the game, Insomniac took inspiration from the first Spyro game, in an unlikely way. They noticed that on the Japanese cover of Spyro the Dragon, the katakana characters looked like it spelled Ripto in English. Insomniac loved it, and gave the name to the main villain of the game. On November 2nd, 1999, Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage, was released in North America. 3 days later, the game came out in Europe and Australia, but under a different name. To avoid translation issues, it was named Spyro 2, Gateway to Glimmer. After defeating Nasty Nork, Spyro is ready for a vacation, but when he tries to visit Dragon Shores to relax, he is transported to the world of Avalar. There he meets Allura the Fawn, Hunter the Cheetah, and the Professor. They need Spyro's help in defeating Ripto, a warlock who has decided to conquer the land. Spyro and his dragonfly buddy Sparks agree to help take down Ripto and his minions. Spyro 2 introduced several new characters to the series, most notably Moneybags, a greedy bear who will charge you gems at every turn to access areas and learn new abilities.
Well, dragon or not, I'm afraid there is a small fee to open the bridge. It will cost you 100 of your gems to cross.
The core gameplay of Spyro remained mostly intact, with ramming enemies, gliding, flying, and breathing fire. Insomniac also added swimming to the game, but Spyro had new minigames and challenges he had to complete in order to get all the collectibles in a level. In one level, Spyro had to compete in a game of ice hockey. In another, Spyro had to eliminate raptors before they gobble up cavemen. It was clear Insomniac Games wanted to increase the difficulty for the sequel. In Spyro 2, players would have to collect gems, orbs, and talismans. In order to advance to new areas, Insomniac Games upped the requirements, which forced players to backtrack and collect more orbs. Boss battles were also made more difficult, but the reward was great. Beating the game and collecting everything unlocked a full theme park at Dragon Shores. Presentation-wise, Insomniac added a lot more cutscenes and dialogue. Tom Kenny was the new voice of Spyro. Today, he is best known as the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants.
Indeed.
But Spyro's voice wasn't the only thing to change for the dragon. Insomniac collected feedback from players on the first game. Many felt that Spyro was too cocky and arrogant. They changed Spyro's attitude to be a bit more relaxed and humble. Music was, once again, composed by Stuart Copeland.
Interesting, Felix.
Reviews were overwhelmingly positive. IGN's Doug
And
Perry
rightfully
said,
so.
Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage is a large, beautiful game with a phenomenal amount of missions, side quests, and minigames in it that provide the structure and depth the first game sorely lacked. Electronic Gaming Monthly stated,
Understandable,
it's a
Mason.
beautiful game that's got both charm and polish. Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage would go on to sell more than 3 million units. It was another huge success, so it was no surprise to anyone at Insomniac Games when Universal Interactive and Sony came knocking for another Spyro game. Spyro 3 would need to be ready for the 2000 holiday season. That, once again, gave Insomniac less than a year to come up with something new. It was a challenge from the get-go. Ted Price claimed Insomniac was, quote, scraping the bottom of the barrel for ideas. The good news was, Insomniac Games officially had 3 PlayStation titles under their belt. They were able to fully maximize the power of the Sony PlayStation. Brighter color palettes, more polygons, and more special effects, all while maintaining a steady frame rate of 30 frames per second. In addition to this, Insomniac came up with a way to adjust the difficulty on the fly. It was called ACT, or Auto Challenge Tuning. The system was designed to tune the game's difficulty based on how well the player was doing. More experienced players could enjoy an increased challenge, while novice players wouldn't get frustrated. To keep the game fresh, Insomniac went with more minigames and 4 new playable characters. Adding new characters took pressure off creating new moves for Spyro and added more gameplay variety. When it came to naming the game, it was an easy decision. Spyro 3 was set to release in the year 2000, the year of the dragon according to the Chinese zodiac. The game was officially titled Spyro, Year of the Dragon, and was released
First
on
Pixar
October
movie
24th,
I've done
2000 in
so
North America, and
Monsters
November 10th,
University, I
2000
believe.
in Europe. Spyro and his friends are celebrating the Year of the Dragon, welcoming new dragon eggs. All of a sudden, a rabbit named Bianca appears with an army of Rhinox and steals the eggs. Spyro and Hunter chase them to a new world that was once inhabited by dragons. An evil sorceress has taken over and wants to use the captured dragon eggs to eliminate dragons for good.
Thanks, Mason.
She has also imprisoned several of the world's heroes, entrusting moneybags to guard them. It's up to Spyro to free his new friends, find all the dragon eggs, and take down the sorceress. Along with collecting gems and dragon eggs, Spyro 3 added several new mini-games inspired by some of Insomniac's favorite games. There were skateboarding areas, inspired by Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, a boxing match, inspired by Ready to Rumble Boxing, and even shooting arenas, inspired by Doom. Spyro Year of the Dragon introduced new playable characters with their own unique levels. Sheila the kangaroo could jump extremely high while kicking enemies. Sergeant Bird was a little penguin who could fly and shoot rockets. Bentley was a yeti that moved slowly but had an extremely powerful swing. And finally there was Agent 9, a monkey with a laser gun that loved to throw bombs. Another new playable character was Sparks, Spyro's dragonfly buddy.
But Luna
These were
herself
shoot-'em-up
didn't
levels,
appear
and
to
if
show
completed,
up. But Luna herself didn't appear to show up. Nor did Odd or Victor. I'm kind of worried that there are serious internet problems in Denmark at the moment, or perhaps a nationwide power cut. I really don't know. Hello, Mr. George. Where were Luna, Odd, and Victor? Yeah, Luna didn't seem to show up at all, or Victor, or even Odd. I'm now worried that there may have been some sort of power cut in Denmark, or internet cut-off or something. I'm very concerned now, and I wonder where Electro has disappeared to as well.
gave Sparks new abilities. Music was once again composed by Stuart Copeland. Ted Price considered it Copeland's best work on the Spyro series.
I can kind of see that and agree in some parts, especially with the Fireworks Factory theme, even though I'm really not a fan of fireworks.
Spyro was once again voiced by Tom Kenny. Newcomer Bianca was voiced by Pamela Hayden, best known for her work on The Simpsons. Spyro Year of the Dragon was a massive game, almost twice as big as its predecessors. Critics once again loved it. Writer Mark Saltzman commented, "It was one of those rare gems that's perfect for boys and girls, young and old, and either experienced or casual players." GameSpot's Brad Shoemaker said, "You've certainly played Year of the Dragon before, but you've rarely played it better." The third installment in the Spyro series sold over 3 million units worldwide. Fans of the game were in for a surprise once they completed Year of the Dragon. A message from Insomniac Games. "We hope you have enjoyed the Spyro trilogy. We have had 4 great, fun, sleepless years creating it. Was this the end of the series? In a way, it was. For Insomniac Games, at least."
Cool MLP fan.
After 4 years of working on Spyro the Dragon, the team of 30 at Insomniac was ready to move on. Said Ted Price, We decided that it was better to start with a new franchise and come up with a new character than to try to push
And
Spyro
said character
again.
was Ratchet and
Insomniac's 3-game contract was up with Universal Interactive. They were ready to create a new series and pitch it directly to Sony. It was the end of an era. Through it all, Insomniac was still surprised by the international success of Spyro. Although Insomniac created the series, they didn't actually own the license to it. It belonged to Universal Interactive.
Alright,
Universal
don't worry,
wasn't ready
Electro,
to give
don't
up on the
worry.
Purple Dragon, and opened up the franchise to new developers. But none of the titles could recapture the magic from the original trilogy. Spyro Enter the Dragonfly was the first Spyro title on the new PlayStation 2 platform, but
Understandable,
failed to move the
Electro.
franchise forward.
We
In
didn't
IGN's
even-
review,
Luna
Doug Perry
wasn't even
said,
at the
if you
premiere
want
of her
something
video
entirely
for some
new,
reason,
or
and
even
neither
remotely
were
resembling a
odd
next-generation experience,
And neither
then
were
forget
odd
it.
or...
The follow-up, Spyro A Hero's Tale, was an improvement, but it was also
Or-
more of the same.
or Victor.
GameSpot noted
I'm now
that its
worried
gameplay
that
has
there's been
remained
some
more or
sort of
less the same
nationwide
since the
power
series
cut in
debut in
Denmark,
1998.
or
The
some sort of
novelty has worn
nationwide
off.
internet cut-off in
Spyro games would
Denmark,
also appear on
Electro.
handheld systems, including the Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS. In 2006, the
congratulations.
series was rebooted
Congratulations.
as The
Oh, yeah, I'll
Legend
probably
of
get some-
Spyro,
the,
a more action-focused game. But, once again, it was a major disappointment. It wasn't
For
until
some people, at
2011 that Spyro achieved a sort of rebirth. Developer Toys for Bob, a subsidiary of Activision, were given a chance to revive a franchise. One of their choices was Spyro, which Activision owned after merging with Vivendi Universal. Toys for Bob liked the idea of using a mascot with wide appeal, but they didn't want to use Spyro in the same old formula. Previously, they had experimented with toy and game integration, and they felt Spyro would be the perfect character to test it out. Thus was born Skylanders, Spyro's Adventure, the first game in the wildly successful Skylanders series. Released in
Yeah, I'm not
October of
interested in
2011,
Skylanders.
players could purchase Skylanders toys to unlock new characters in-game.
I'm
The
not
concept was a
interested in,
huge hit.
in
Sales were
Skylanders, like I
double to
said.
triple what Activision was expecting. Several sequels followed. The series has over $3 billion in sales. Although Skylanders was a massive success, fans of the Spyro franchise weren't buying it as the return of their favorite dragon. Spyro's role in Skylanders seemed to be in name only. There were no references to the older games, and gameplay-wise, it was totally different.
Hey Neon,
But
welcome
on
to the
April
stream,
5th,
nice to see you.
2018,
We unfortunately haven't seen Odd or Victor or Luna. Luna wasn't even at the premiere of her Hey Bash, nice to see you. Luna wasn't even at the premiere of her own video, so I'm very worried that there's been some sort of nationwide nationwide power cut or internet cut off. But anyway, it's nice to see you, Neon. No, of course not, MLP fan. I'm sure you will, James. Yeah, I won't. Hello, Neon, but Electro is here, though he doesn't seem to, have seen you. He seems to have been busy, he seems... Oh, congratulations, Mr. George. He doesn't seem to, Queen Sophia and Dragon Lord. Yeah, but, Electro may not know that you've arrived. I know, James. I'm sure you'll get there before the end of the year. You'll definitely get there before the end of the year. Trouble with your keyboard, Drake, collapsed and you lost the screw for it. Oh, don't worry, Neon. As long as you can still type, I think it's, as long as you can still type, I think it shouldn't be a problem. As long as you can still type. Yes, James, absolutely. Please do. That would be great to see. come we didn't see Luna at the premiere? How come we didn't even see Luna at her premiere? I'm very concerned now. Mended it with one screw. I'm sure it will be, I'm sure it'll be fine, Neon. I'm sure it'll be fine. As long as you can still type, it should be fine. Hopefully Electro will come back. And he'll see you.
Fans of the original trilogy were in for a treat.
Yeah.
Toys for Bob announced the Spyro Reignited Trilogy, an HD remake of the first 3 Spyro games. Toys for Bob hopes that the game will not only appeal to fans of the original trilogy, but bring in new ones as well. They even met with Insomniac Games to present their ideas.
I found out about
they wanted to
Spyro
ensure the
through
game stayed
the
true to the
announcement
spirit of the original
trilogy,
games.
through James A. Williams and the Reignited, when he mentioned the Reignited trilogy.
Keep
And
up the good
and
work,
it's
Spyro.
and of course it's
I
now become
expect
my favourite
Nasty's
video
really
game
starting
franchise
to worry
of all
about
time.
you.
I'd be shaking in my Nordic boots if I were him.
What made Spyro
No
the
problem,
Dragon
Jacob.
so
See you
successful?
later on.
It was a combination of many things. Charming characters,
Don't
large
worry,
open worlds,
Mason.
enemy interaction, high production values, but none of it would have come together
Darth Vader
were it
didn't
not
take
for
these
the
well,
work
don't
of
know what he'd say.
Insomniac Games. Insomniac was on the verge of quitting after the disappointment of their first game, but they were able to bounce back in a big way. They created a family-friendly 3D platformer for a system that didn't have those types of games. It was only their second title. For both sequels, Insomniac managed to maintain the Spyro formula that everyone loved while introducing new mechanics, characters, and gameplay. In total, the Spyro the Dragon trilogy sold more than 11 million units worldwide. Each game was enshrined in the PlayStation Greatest Hits collection.
Not really.
Insomniac Games is still around today, developing new titles for Sony's PlayStation 4.
Use
They've come
either,
a long way
James.
since their formation in 1994, and they have a little purple dragon to thank for that. That's all for this episode of The Gaming Historian. Thanks for watching.
Funding for Gaming Historian is provided in part by supporters.
Not really an avid fan of Spyro. You found the Reunited trilogy interesting, though, when it was announced. Alright, interesting. Thank you, Martin, thank you. No, you weren't, Mason. You were only about half an hour late. Though I am quite worried about Odd, Luna, and Victor now. None of them showed up to Luna's premiere. Wonder where they could be. Oh, there you are, Electro. You're back. Cool, James. Did you play it? Found the Reignited trilogy interesting though when it was announced. Why aren't you a fan of it? Why aren't you a big fan of it, Neon? What truth, Electro? Cool, Mason, cool. What truth, though, Electro? Hang on, I'm just gonna... You're just not. Well, I'd still recommend it to you, Neon. It's a really damn good game. Still one of my favourites of all time. You the Pendennis Castle? Well, I prefer Pendennis Castle as I prefer Pendennis Castle over Clun Castle. The real reason that Ember wanted you to be in Equestria? Oh, God. What was that real reason, Electro? Please do tell me. Oh, way before you... Oh, yeah, of course, James, of course. What old username, Mason? Spyro's cool, just not a big fan. Why not, though, Neon? Oh, you just said because you're just not. Do you just not see the appeal of it, Neon? Well, I do. I really do. Yeah, exactly, Electro. But anyway, what truth is this that, But what truth are you referring to, Electro? And what do you mean you've slightly lost your hearing, Neon? What happened? Why have you slightly lost your hearing? I hope it's not permanent. I hope it's not permanent hearing loss, Neon. I hope it's not permanent hearing loss. I hope it's not permanent hearing loss, Neon. Have you just been at some sort of concerts? Yeah, I'm curious to know too. You told us that before, James. Oh, you were at a concert. You were at a concert, were you? Not a chance that you've lost your hearing permanently? Not a chance that you've lost your hearing permanently? Good. Rightfully so. Either the inside of the ear is swollen or wax. Yeah, I've got a bit of an ear infection. Well, not an ear infection, but there's a spot inside my ear though. Try clearing it out with a cotton swab before you go to bed, Neon. That might fix it. Queen Saphira said it was all a test. I never knew this, but Queen Saphira made a candidate for heir to Skyward Kingdom, and she needed to see if I was worthy to rule. I definitely think you're worthy to be Queen Saphira's successor, Electro. But obviously that won't be for hundreds of years, because dragons can live for like 1,000 years, can't they, Electro? Obviously you won't actually become king of Skyward Kingdom for thousands of years, will you, Electro? Because dragons can live for like 1,000 years, can't they? Same here, James. Are you off now, are you? What is... I can't work that out on the spot, Mason. You off now, Mason? Alright, no problem. Thank you for coming. You tried. Okay, well, Okay, well, maybe you should, yeah. In that case, definitely go to the doctors about it, Neon. Yeah, definitely go to the doctors about it. Opinion on the narrow gauge episodes? Like the vast majority of them, with the obvious exception of Push Me, Pull You. Too quiet. Oh, right. Well, as I said, Neon, definitely, definitely go to the doctors about it. At least 2,000. So can her species live... Can her breed live for 10,000 years, Electro? Yeah, I want to see Green Arrow in person too, James. Right, I'm gonna run to the loo again, quickly. Be right back. And I'm back. Dragons sleep up to a millennia. No, they sleep for 10 years, sometimes longer. The blocked uretration tube. Why Sir Nigel Gresley, James, sorry. Yeah, but yeah, Neon, definitely go and see the doctor about your ear problem, Neon, definitely. "5,000 years old. How long can dragons live for? Can Skyrite dragons live for, Electro? Is it like 10,000 years? Oh, Eustachian. Eustachian tube. Oh, there you are. Hey Gage, welcome to the stream, nice to see you. Oh, I do wish I could see Odd and Victor though, and Luna for that matter. But how long can Luna's species, sorry, I mean Saphira's species live for? Just going to try and ignore it, and hope it clears on its own? Yeah, alright. I hope it does clear eventually, though. I hope you do get your hearing back. I hope your hearing is restored eventually, Neon. Oh yeah, you make a good point. You make a good point, Electro. Neon. I'd recommend listening to Electro's advice. Oh, for now. Oh, okay. But you will go see a doctor. Well, but obviously you will go see a doctor if it does get worse. I think that would be hilarious, James. Okay. Why on earth did Luna not show up to her own premiere? And Victor and Odd as well. Where on earth could they be? Where on earth could Odd, Victor, and Luna be? Her age rounded to the nearest 1,000. Oh, okay. Oh, 10,000 years. So you won't be her, so you won't take her place for another 5,000 years, I assume, Electro. Understandable if so. Understandable, Martin. No fatal attack to humans, interesting. Yeah, I agree, Electro. Neon shouldn't shunt it. Don't worry, Gage. You're not here that late. We've only just passed the halfway point. Not much. I'm sure you'll sort it eventually, Neon. I'm sure you will. It'll be a lot quicker than you think. What exactly do you mean by that? Do you mean you won't age as quickly, but do you mean you'll age a lot more quickly and eventually you'll take Saphira's place? Saphira will retire and you'll take her place? Exactly. And I hope Victor and Odd will arrive after a long time as well. A very quick 5,000 years. Oh, alright, I see, Neon, I see. Electro, sorry. Alright, Neon, alright. Okay. Let's just check and see if Victor's replied. Very much doubt it, though. No. Doesn't seem to have. Welcome back, Jacob. Yeah, looks like I was, yeah, looks like McJeffy's main channel was blocked by accident, sorry. No, he hasn't, and neither has, Victor for some reason. Luna didn't even show up to her own premiere, which I don't understand. This is very strange. Hang on a sec, guys. Yes, I dig McJeffy. Either I or, Oh yeah, I do want to hear a joke as well. No problem, Neil, no problem. Yes, I did, McJeffy. I think I or one of my moderators blocked your channel by accident. I'm terribly sorry, we didn't mean to. Oh, no, not good. I hope nothing's wrong with them too, Mr. George, and Victor as well. No problem, Mason. Yes, exactly. Cool, Martin. Yeah, Neon knows that joke too well. Alright, Gage. Understand. I kind of see where the joke's coming from, Electro. I do kind of see where the joke's coming from. Yeah, sorry for blocking you by accident, Jeffy. Why did you post a sad face in the chat, Jacob? Hope you have fun there too. Seems like it, Neon. Okay, there's 19 people now. Very nice. No, he won't indeed, McJeffy. You don't know, do you? Alright. Interesting, Electro. Why was he frightened, Electro? Ugh, sucks. Kinda drunk now. Oh, I think it's most likely that, that Luna, Victor, and Odd haven't shown up because they went to see the new Black Panther film. That may be the most likely reason none of them have shown up. Wouldn't be surprised. Especially considering how Odd is a fan of Marvel. Made me think of Dumb and Dumber. Not really that film. Oh, is that what is That's what they're upset about. Okay, understandable. I hope they are okay, but I think it might be because they went to watch the new Black Panther film. Scratch your bum. Do 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 do. I've never been interested in Marvel, period. And it's understandable why you gave up with Marvel after Endgame, Neon. I just didn't see any point in it after Endgame. I've never really been interested in Marvel, period, outside of Spider-Man. Welcome back, Mason. Make more Spider-Man films? Alright. I'm not interested in seeing the new Black Panther film either. I'm not interested in Marvel, period, as you know. Alright. I haven't had that busy of a day, actually. Green screen everywhere. Yes! Actually, Neon, I don't know if you saw the answer. Understandable. Interesting, Electro. Alright, James. But you see, exactly, Neon. But in answer to your question, you asked me about the grass. No, I do not plan on adding in CG grass. Absolutely not. There's just no point. What is the point? Yeah, I do, Mason, I do. And earlier today, Neon, I was watching a video by Frame Focus where they show all the stupid stuff that actors have to go through when they incorporate actors with CGI. It's so dumb what they do with actors and CGI. It's really dumb. The point I was making to you yesterday, Neon, is sometimes even the ground is CGI'd in, and there was an example of that shown during that very video. That was the point I was making to you with me mentioning how I put down practical grass. Exactly, Neon. What is the point of that? Hang on, what did Martin say? Exactly, Neon. I completely agree with you. Yes, I do, Mason. It really is unnecessary. It really is unnecessary as hell. Practical CGI should only be used where it's 100% absolutely necessary. Even Spider-Man's suit is CGI. Even Spider-Man's suit is CGI. That really... I did not know that at all. That is so damn backwards. Don't worry, Electro, don't worry. Having his moustache moving in CGI, that cracked me up so much when you found out. Oh, God. Henry Cavill with his moustache move. Oh, it's so damn backwards once again. Completely. Cool, Mason. Yeah, it's so hilarious. It really is hilarious. My thoughts on CGI overuse are pretty much exactly the same as yours, Neon. Ogre the Hedge. A hybrid suit. Still no excuse for it to be CGI completely. That's one of the biggest things I don't understand about CGI. That is one of the biggest things I don't understand about CGI. Why make things that would arguably look just as good, if not better, in camera? What is the point when you can just as easily, if not more easily, and with it looking just as good, if not better, in CGI, in practical effects? Things like the ground beneath the actors' feet and clothes and their costumes, those should definitely not be CGI. Absolutely not. Yeah, there would be a lot of offended people, definitely, James. Is that the Cars on the Road theme song, Jacob? Yu-Gi-Oh's 5Ds. When the animation was CGI, interesting, Electro. Kind of similar to how Treasure Planet combined 2D and 3D animation. Yeah, with all of my actors, whenever they need... All of my actors are going to have practical costumes and practical makeup and prosthetics. Yeah. Practical effects wherever possible. You guys know that's my, policy. That's my, directorial style. Line for... Oh, Batman the Builder! Oh my goodness. Yeah, very backwards indeed. That's a helicopter going under a freeway underpass. Straight to the point, camera, no trickery there. Indeed. Though, while Avatar and its sequels do still use a lot of CGI, Cameron did still know to blend it out with practical effects as well. Still haven't seen Avatar yet, though. Cool. Yeah, understandable, James. Right, back to, Yes, it is, Mason. I don't care. I don't care. Le Monk. Okay, back to the main topic of this stream, Spyro. Oh, you were hanging out with them, were you, Rexy? Oh, nice. Welcome to the stream, Rexy. Exactly, Neon, exactly. And I'm probably gonna do shots like that. No, very nice to see you, Rexy, but, I'm still missing Lily on these live streams. Such a shame that Lily still hasn't gotten her account back. Yeah, that would definitely be cool to see, James. Right, anyway, guys, back to the subject of this stream, Spyro. We were now going to talk about the Legend of Spyro games. Miraculous? Oh, I don't know. He most likely hasn't, James, and neither will have Electro or Lily. Can you please stop calling me the monkey? Yes, he has, Rexy. Pretty cool adventures. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't have, Rexy. Yeah, seems like it. Still, what could have happened to Luna, Victor, and Odd, though? What the hell could have happened to them? Yeah, you already said, Mr. George. Open up, please. Get, wiki. No problem, Neon. See you in a minute. Cultured swine, indeed. Number of Electro's exchanges, location, and roles. Nah, cool. Did you and Lily miss Electro when he was away? I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did miss him. Rexy. I would certainly have missed him. I would certainly have missed him a lot if I were you, or I would certainly have missed him a lot if I were you or Lily. Did you just call me? Seems he called you an uncultured swine, Rexy. SpongeBob, I should kick your fucking ass. There you are. Oh, yeah, it was just a joke. Legend of Spyro New Beginning, here we are. Having a wee in Shrek swamp. Oh, alright. Said to my face, even if it's just a joke. That's understandable, Rexy. But it was just a joke after all. Oh, here we are. God, the Mirror Haze wikis take absolutely ages to load. These wikis turn to the series. Does a good job at it. I still prefer the much more light-hearted original Spyro trilogy. What's this? Oh, Shadow the Hedgehog. Billy West? No, Billy West was in Eternal Night, not, David Spade was the voice of Sparks in Eternal Night. I'm a prick. Patrick, I should kick your fucking ass. Just like Electro, Rexy, nice. What do you mean by exploitable though, Rexy? Does this look unsure to you? I'll watch very on combat. David Spade played Cusco in The Emperor's New Groove. I didn't actually think of that. I didn't actually realise that until now, but now that I think about it, yeah. I do definitely recognise his voice, Rexy. But I didn't actually think of that till now. Mr. Squidward, I should kick your fucking ass. Yeah, understandable, Rexy. Oh, by the bosses in the game. I'll exploit the bosses in the game, alright. Hey, that was a good one. Oh, God. David Spade as Cusco. What's David Spade been doing recently? Police Academy. Oh, his first role was in Police Academy. Heard bad things about the Police Academy series. Oh, you're back, Neon. Oh, you've only got a couple minutes. No problem, no problem. What do you need to do, Neon? What was it you needed to do? No! This is Patrick! I like Patrick Warburton too, Neon. My head... You've got a pillow on your head, James. Why have you got a pillow on your head? Cool, Mason, cool. Yeah, that's why we were talking about it, Neon. What Rexy just said. The lecturer went to see Bullet Train. Yeah, I've seen it too. I watched a review of it recently, Rexy. But yeah, I've seen Bullet Train as well. That was the last film I went to see at the cinema 3 months ago. Really enjoyed it. I'm sure Electro did too. Really great film. Exactly, Rexy, I did know that. I did know that Patrick Warburton played Kronk, but Smudger just laughed. Oh, you're balancing the pillow. Why though, James? Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever! Guys, on my travel channel, I actually did a, on my travel channel, when I posted a clip of Oblivion, I also said, wrong lever! When I posted a clip of Oblivion, hang on, Oblivion drop, here we are. This is on my travel channel. This was from my, Alright, James. But this was from my, Alton Towers trip last month. You can faintly hear the Oblivion theme in the background.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Did you hear me say it? Yeah, when I hear when I hear Oblivion's drop. Yeah, I can't help but think of that line when I hear it. Here it is again. It really is good, McJeffy, and they didn't even use green screen with it when they filmed. I believe they used digital projection when they did the shots of the Bullet Train instead of a green screen, which I feel is pretty good. Though I do feel the crash scene, the climactic crash scene at the end would have looked much better had it been done. The climactic crash scene at the end of Bullet Train would have looked better had it been done with miniatures instead of a hellload of CGI. Though Bullet Train admittedly did mostly use practical effects. Yeah, overall I feel Bullet Train was a great film. And it's done pretty well, grossing $239 million worldwide, considering it's R-rated. Locomotive 5542. Hang on, what's that? What does that look like again? Oh, that Prairie Engine. Oh, okay, that one. Okay, let's listen to it again. Cool, cool guys, very cool. Nice. Did you hear it, Neon? Did you hear it, Neon? And as you can see, it was raining. It was still raining when I went to Alden's house as well. Repetitive gameplay. The GBA port is a terrible port. Ice King's way too hard. The Legend of Spyro the Eternal Knight's on the Crappy Games wiki though, even though it's Odd's favourite. A Spyro movie. At some point for a Spyro Month video, I am going to talk about the leaked Legend of Spyro film script as another video for Spyro Month. A BR Standard Class 5, James. Not a Black 5, but a Standard Class 5 that was built after the Stania Black 5s. I don't know, but it's kind of understandable why you do think that, Rexy. Yeah, don't worry, Neon. But I wanted to show you when I went on my Alton Towers trip last month. I filmed this and I said pull the. And whenever Oblivion goes down, I often think of Kronk's line. And no, Esmeralda's line. Oh, whatever her name is.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Yeah. I still hope that Victor, Odd, and Luna are alright. Cinder. No, it's spelt with a Y, not an I. Cobalt needed a hug. He had a bad day. What? How come, Neon? How come? Yeah, understandable, McJeffy. Understandable. Oh, Yzma. Oh, yes. Yeah, that, of course. Yeah, Yzma's line. So hilarious. Oh, welcome back once again, Mason. Why has no one edited that dialogue onto that video? It would fit so well. It definitely would, Neon. I wouldn't... Honestly, James, you should stay on this stream rather than watch I'm a Celebrity. I've heard some pretty negative things about it. James. The ending is a massive cliffhanger, though it was resolved by the next game. It was indeed. And that's partly why I felt and that's exactly why I felt quite down after Odd did his Eternal Light live stream. May have accidentally swiped something with his tail. Swiped what? Swiped something and damaged what, Neon? Come here, treasure. Oh, that's very, very, very sweet of you, Rexy. He ended up growing in size, and then he destroyed his house? Or his cave? Something rather valuable and expensive. What exactly, though, Neon? Actually, James. No, he did grow in size. Cool, McJeffy. Yes, Jacob. I am subscribed to him, actually. Who's Anne Herdeggy? Actually, James, Odd did say that he might finish, Odd did say that he might finish The Fog Knows Your Name tomorrow, and that'll make my weekend really a lot more fun if he does tomorrow, James. Because, guys, tomorrow I've decided me and my mum are heading up to London, are having a weekend away in London. We're going to try out Crossrail. We're going to have a trip on the entirety of Crossrail this weekend, guys. I'm really looking forward to it. And if Odd finishes The Fog Knows Your Name, I'm sure that'll be really fun to see. And the plot is in being placed. Interesting, James. Related and distraught. Yeah, it's interesting. The Fog Knows Your Name. That was the Halloween game Odd was playing the day before Halloween on the 30th of October, James. Sure it will be. But what was it he knocked over and broke, Neon? What was this valuable thing he knocked over and broke, Neon? Ugh. North London today to go see a film with your class. What film, Mr. George? What film? I know he does, Neon. What film, Mr. George? Oh yeah, we were gonna look up who Anne Herdge was. Huggles. '64. Oh, she's a quizzer and television personality. Oh, she's the chaser in The Chase. Interesting. Oh, Uncharted. Oh, okay. But that was, but Uncharted's been out since February. How come it's being shown now? How come it's being shown now, Mr. George? And what's so special? And why do you say it's legit real? What do you mean it's legit? What do you mean by legit real? What do you mean by legit real? Is it like, a bad episode of AVGN? He was forgiven. He was having trouble accepting that he was forgiven. Yeah, he obviously feels he didn't deserve to be forgiven. Oh, well, I'm very sorry to hear that still. Wise decision, James. You should definitely miss it for a stream. Of course I did, Jacob. He doesn't really want to say? Oh, okay. She's from The Chase. My mum used to watch The Chase. Oh, yeah. I just found that out, James. He's very dangerous to be around for an hour. Oh, God. Rexy, sometimes when I get incredibly angry, I end up having meltdowns. It's because of my autism, as you're probably aware, Rexy. When you say that Electro is dangerous to be around for an hour, does Electro often have meltdowns when he's really angry due to his autism, Rexy? Yeah, it is cool. Reassuring cobalt can be rather difficult. How come, Neon? Does Electro not like getting angry himself? Rexy, understandable if so. No problem, Mason, no problem. I know, MLP fan, but I probably won't do an Inspector Gadget VHS review. Because I feel it'll be too copyright sensitive. Home for tea. Good. Good, Neon. I would not want his house being destroyed at all. But yeah, Rexy, does Electro have meltdowns when he gets incredibly angry? Because I do. If you need instructions on how to get through the hotels, check out the enclosed instruction book. No clue what he'd say at all, Jacob. But now he just storms off in anger and vents out his anger at the first chance he gets. And he cools off very quickly. That certainly still gives him a leg up on me. That certainly still gives him a leg up on me. Whenever I have meltdowns or get angry, it takes absolutely ages for me to calm down again and cool down. Absolutely ages. Yes, I have, Felix, and I'm not a fan at all. Yeah, you do you, MLP fan, but learning to drive is definitely not something I want to do. Same here, Neon. Vent out his anger. Yeah, it is kind of depressing. I do wish I could give him hugs too. He also said that he will never get around in his life by throwing a tantrum when things don't go his way. Understandable, Rexy. Completely understandable. He will never get around in life. Unleash his fire breath. Yeah, he could cause a ton of damage that way. I'm sure he did, Rexy. He will never get around in his life by throwing a tantrum when things don't go his way. Yeah, unfortunately, I sometimes can't help having meltdowns, Rexy. My meltdowns aren't as common anymore, but I often can't help having them. I haven't told Ouija I'm having spaghetti. My boy, a arrabbiata pasta and garlic bread is for dinner. Yeah, you haven't asked me that until now, James. A huge pulse, you may call it. How exactly does he do that, Rexy? James, I swear to God that if this is a Rickroll, I'm timing you out for 5 minutes. I know your tricks by this point. Oh, it is a CDI thing.
Remember where there's smoke. Get lots of spaghetti.
Oh. Oh, it is very loud. Yeah, you can tell this was posted 15 years ago. YouTube poop.
Get up, my clown! It's been one of those.
You can tell how primitive it is with how loud it is. I know, Mason, I can see you are.
You! Get up, my clown!
Donald Trump.
That wasn't so bad, was it?
Where there's smoke, there's a poorly cobalt. Oh, is cobalt poorly at the moment? How come? What are his symptoms, Neon? The normal way. By exercising, Rexy. Does he do it by exercising? I haven't told Ouija I'm having spaghetti. Good, Mr. George. Where there is cobalt, there is a rainbow. It's also where... Right, back to the subject of this stream, Spyro. How come there's not a page for Dawn... There's not a Mirror Haze page for Dawn of the Dragon? When there's smoke, they pinch back. Oh, by punching a rock. Oh, right. Punching it until it breaks. Yeah, alright, understandable. Mace... Oh, yeah. No, it's alright, Neon. We all make mistakes. You know that. Called Spaghetti. Looks like the Balamori episode called Spaghetti. Interesting. Duke didn't take the news well. No clue what he'd say. An exothermic reaction on his power. Oh, so he releases a burst of electricity into the sky, does he, Rexy? Secondary Tony 4. Seems that way, Rexy. As he rumbled over the bridge, Thomas jumped. Boing! Yeah, Thomas the Tank. Wonder what this one is, James. Ah, for goodness sake. Why did you type E in the chat, James? Oh, EA Sports. Oh, okay. E. Looks like this can't work, James. Basically, does a buster shot on something that won't impact the lands. So, he does a buster shot on scrap metal, for example, does he, Rexy? My niece, Sweetie Belle. Cool, MLP fan. Hope you enjoy them. No, I don't actually, Jacob. Or Scorch the Rock. Yeah, alright. Cool. I'm still very, very worried about Victor, Odds, and Luna, where they could be. Season 14 or Season 4, did you mean, McJeffy? Hang on a sec. Rip trees from the ground and throw them a couple 100 meters in distance away. And his shattered fixtures in the ground. Does he cool down very, very quickly after that? And then do you give him a hug afterwards? Very good of you if so, Rexy. together sugar into Norwegian. Oh, for goodness sake. How Electro is quite dangerous to be around. Yeah, but you do stay away from him, don't you? When he's angry. And then you give him a hug afterwards, once he's calmed down. Do you, Rexy? I'm sure you do. Oh, for goodness sake, James. I've never liked 5 and 10 seasons 10 beyond. I'd give him a hug. I'd do the same as well, Rexy. What are you recording, Mason? With the new characters? Oh, okay. Understandable, Mr. George. Season 10 and beyond, just awful. Season 14. Oh, it's awful. Yeah, it's pretty terrible. Who are Christiana and Christina? Oh, she has the same voice actress as her character. Who's Peter? Cool, we found. This just looks horrendous. The new 5. Oh, season 14. Oh, it's made even worse. I doubt it, Rexy. Yeah, you definitely should, James. Haunted and cat into check. Okay. He is not to be messed with, though. Yeah, his power is absolutely not to be messed with. But what you done to my bloody shed, man. No, that's what... Yeah, well, that's what James May would say, though, Jacob. 10 likes on this stream. Cool. Check to English. God damn it, James. Oh. I'm sure he does, Neon. I do struggle. I'll admit I do struggle with controlling my emotions, though. I wouldn't dream of messing with Cobalt. He is a kind-hearted dragon and a humble one as well. Cool, indeed. At times, Felix. Temperance. Guess I have no choice with what, James? Oh, did I? Oh, okay. He could definitely say something better, though. Jacob. Noddy the Builder. Oh, for goodness sake. Understandable, and I'm sure Electro can too, but Electro, I'm sure, is a very, very kind-hearted dragon, really, though. Electro may be very powerful, but he is a massive sweetheart. Indeed. Why, McJeffy? I know you told us, James. Still really worried about Luna, Odd and Victor. Where on earth are they? What on earth happened to them? Patience and temperance? Indeed, Rexy, indeed. Count on Me by Bruno Mars, okay. Same here, Mr. George, absolutely. Couldn't help it, Jacob. YouTube took them down. Yeah, definitely, Jacob, James. Definitely see that. You could definitely see that happening. Getting tired though. Understandable, McJeffy, but why do you find them useless though? They were able to catch some of Pontypandy's criminals though. Welcome back, Electro. I threw a wobbly, but I'm a lot more mature now. I control my anger. Same here, Electro. I really do can't help myself when I go into fits of rage. Exactly, James. Not possible, I'm afraid. Jacob, YouTube, Mattel blocked them all. Exactly, MLP fan. Exactly, James, exactly. No, they're like Cadicarus's older videos as well. I like them both, I guess, Felix, but I prefer, Arthur Selby. Yeah, but as I said, I can't really control myself when I can't really control myself once I go into meltdown. Good, Neon. What times if you feel you can tell us, Electro, what times you threw a wobbly, as you put it, can you remember? What times you threw a wobbly can you remember, Electro? Indeed, there is nothing to worry about. I'm kind of pissed about that too, MLP fan. Again, completely understandable, McJeffy. Can't remember, it was a long time ago. No worries, Electro, no big worries. You can tell them all you want, Jacob, but I doubt you'll convince them to. Favourite Boulder Builder movie? Snowed Under. I think I told you that before. Yes, I have, James, but I'm not going to try it because it can cause damage to the cartridge. Yeah, I'm sure they'll appreciate that, Mr. George. Understandable, Electro. Though I do find it hard to move on from my angry and negative times. I bloody well hope so, MLP fan. That's because he was voiced by a woman, Mason. Susan Sheridan. Understandable, Felix. Some people really don't like Snowed Under either, but that is understandable. What, for you or Cobalt? Or for both of you? And what are you referring to when you say that, Neon? Where on earth are they? Just exhausting himself. Exactly, indeed. There are a lot of people in the world who can never move on from little mistakes. And that is a sad thing to happen. Yeah, I find it hard to move on from the times I get angry, especially from the times my parents get angry with me. That's the thing I find the hardest to move on from, Electro. Yeah, that's used a lot in SMG4's videos, isn't it, James? As long as we're all comforting him. Can definitely see what you mean, Jacob. Fireman Sam died after Season 9, and Thomas died after Season 21. Anyway... No, he got angry because he broke it, Electro. He got angry because he broke it. Of course he didn't do it intentionally. Pingu at sea. Yeah, I could definitely see something like that working, James. Exactly, Neon. Right, back to the subject of this stream now. We've been going off topic for a while, but now, now back to the top topic of this stream, Spyro. Indeed, I'm sure it would be. I don't see the point in that either, Electro. It may do, James, we'll see, though I doubt it. Yeah, again, understandable. Oh, shit, oh, whoops. Oh yeah, we were gonna try and check out, a couple of Tory Dory Spyro videos, weren't we? Welcome back, Martin. Hope you enjoyed your bath. If I broke something that meant a lot to me, I'd probably have a similar reaction to Electro, to be honest. Oh, you're saying Co. You overreacted, oh cool. In a minute, James, in a minute. No, Martin, I have a shower every night. I rarely have baths these days. Oh, one of my moderators, please get rid of that bot. That goddamn bot. Thanks, Electro. He got what he deserved. I know, it doesn't make any sense. Sometimes people just have emotional reactions like that, Electro. Why people have the reactions they do can be, and feel the way they feel, is quite a hard thing for some autistic people to understand. I sometimes fail to understand the logic behind a lot of things, Electro. Just the way Cold is, and I'm sure it's the way you are as well, Neon. Exactly, Mr. George. Anyway, Tory Dory once did all of these really great Spyro. They are indeed an LP fan. The game permanently freezes if you tilt the cartridge. God damn. Something about sexy stuff from Jacob, rather. Yeah, I'm sure he isn't alone, Electro. I hate them too. Of course we can, Electro. What have you got to go for, though? What have you got to go for, though? We haven't talked much about A Hero's Tale or Enter the Dragon Fight. We haven't talked about much about A Hero's Tale at all on my channel, guys. So I think we'll watch Tory Dory's Hero's Tale video. Yeah, I think we'll watch Tory Dory's Hero's Tale video. Yeah, let's have a watch of this. Oh, no problem, Electro. Understandable. Well, thank you for coming. I hope you do come back before this stream ends. Yeah, I hope you do come back before this stream ends, though. No, but I did have plans to. Yeah, he is there, Neon. I do have plans to. I do plan to eventually, though, Martin. Da 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 da. I told you what's for dinner. Yeah, I hope you come back before this stream ends, Electra. I told you what's for dinner, James. Arrabbiata pasta and garlic bread. And no, there is no spaghetti either. Sorry, Ouija. Yeah, we haven't talked much about A Hero's Tale on these streams. Yeah, of course we can talk. Yeah, we haven't talked much about A Hero's Tale on these streams, so, we'll watch Tori Dory's video about it, history about A Hero's Tale now. Yeah, everyone knows this for dinner tomorrow night. Cool, Martin, cool.
It's time to look into the history of what I can...
Right. Let's give this a watch.
...consider the oddball of the Spyro series.
Definitely see where she's coming from.
Some people love it, some people hate it, and some people, like me, have mixed feelings about it. There are parts of this game which are great fun and I couldn't get enough of.
Salmon's for dinner as well. Sometimes I have chorizo with my salmon. Cooked chorizo with my salmon. It's really damn good. No, there isn't, Ouija. Sorry. No, it's spelt W-E-E-G-E-E. I haven't played A Hero's Tale. As I've told you, Neon, I've only ever played the original PS1 trilogy. But I am hopefully gonna play Enter the Dragonfly, A Hero's Tale, and the Legend of Spyro trilogy once I get my GameCube.
And parts that I wish I could delete into oblivion. Now, I know some people might consider the Legend...
Bark, look what you've done to the bloody castle, man! Get up here now and fix it! Spyro's charging animation and charging sound effects, and the music that goes with it. The fact that he charges in time with the music of Dragon Village, and the sound effects that go with his charging are so damn cute in Spyro Hero's Tale, in my opinion. You'll be having fish and chips for dinner, will you, tomorrow? Nice! Hope you enjoy it.
The Spyro series as even quirkier than A Hero's Tale, but just bear in mind that I haven't played that trilogy yet. I will do at some point, but as of writing this script, A Hero's Tale is still the black sheep of the Spyro family as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, the Legend of Spyro trilogy is definitely... I haven't played it, and I can definitely tell from the gameplay footage that it's quirkier than A Hero's Tale. At least A Hero's Tale feels much more tied to Spyro's roots. A Hero's Tale feels much more tied to Spyro's roots than the LOS trilogy. Can we fix the castle? No, we can't. I really love the music in A Hero's Tale too, Neon. Oh, Pippin, look what you've done to my bloody plane, man. Anyway, guys, I think, as this video is 50 minutes long, I think this video is going to take us right to the end of the stream. Thanks, Martin. Yeah, I think Spyro running with the music in Dragon Village is really, really cute. One of the adults said to the pooped, I know he was referencing the hoops. Why did he say that, though? Why did he say that out of context, though, James? Right, onwards with the video.
That's not to say it's bad. As I said, I really did enjoy some parts of the game. You'll see what I mean when I get to the relevant sections anyway. And before I get into the nitty-gritty of A Hero's Tale, I just want to apologise to you guys for making you wait so long for this video. I spent the last few weeks planning and... That's not to say it's bad. As I said, I really did enjoy some parts of the game. You'll see what I mean when I get to the relevant sections anyway. And before I get into the nitty-gritty of A Hero...
Yeah, exactly, Mr. George. The music's even better in, anything composed by Stuart Copeland. I even prefer the music of Enter the Dragonfly over that of A Hero's Tale. cute is a word to describe the music. Absolutely, Neon, absolutely. The music is incredibly cute, especially in A Hero's Tale. The music in A Hero's Tale is definitely much cuter than the music of the earlier games. Like I said, damn it, Scarecrow. Stop your vehicle and give me your cell phone.
Hero's Tale, I just want to apologise to you guys for making you wait so long for this video. I spent the last few weeks planning and moving my entire life to South Africa, so up to now my free time has been virtually non-existent. Anyway, enough idle chatter. Let's start our analysis of A Hero's Tale and go straight into development. A Hero's Tale had a different developer compared to previous games in the series. This time it was the turn of British developers, Eurocom Entertainment Software, to come up with a fresh adventure for the plucky purple dragon. Eurocom had previously worked on titles such as
A Hero's Tale.
Disney's Tarzan,
Very
and
nice
40 Winks, to name a
indeed.
few. But they've developed so
Cool,
many
Neil,
games
very
before and
cool.
after A Hero's Tale that I suggest
Sure
you look
they'll
them
turn
all
out
up.
great.
Unfortunately, the developers filed for bankruptcy and closed their doors in late 2012, so no more
Very
games from
sad.
Eurocom. Back to the topic at hand. Development of A Hero's Tale began shortly after the release of its ill-fated predecessor, Enter the Dragonfly, and the game was ready to ship by November 2004, releasing on the 9th for the US and the 12th for Europe.
He's obviously
This would be
a
the first
fan
time a
of
Spyro game would appear on the
the
Xbox,
Hoobs,
as well as the second
James.
time on the PS2 and GameCube. November 2004, releasing on the 9th for the US and the 12th for Europe. This would be the first time a Spyro game would appear on the Xbox,
So A Hero's
as
Tale
well
is
as
going
the
to be
second time on the
18
PS2 and
tomorrow.
GameCube. The developers were
Nice.
determined to make their own version
No
of a
clue
Spyro game
what-
that would still fit into
no
the
clue what you're
series
talking
without
about,
being too
Jacob.
far-fetched. So while you will see old faces and mechanics from previous games, you'll also see plenty
Cobalt's event. Cobalt's event. Me neither, Mr. George. Cobalt's event. If it's Cobalt's event, I'm wondering if it's Cobalt's hatch day today. And your birthday as well, Neon. Might it be your birthday today, Neon? If it's Cobalt's event. Oh, his house sitting fiasco. Oh, okay. Though it would be cool if it was your birthday today, though, Neon. Yeah, I haven't seen the Hoobs for eight. Oh, he hasn't seen the Hoobs for ages. Oh, alright, James, alright. That was good.
of new characters and abilities. Not to mention most of those old faces have had a complete revamp in terms of
Cool,
appearance and
SpongeBob.
personality.
Indeed,
So they're
SpongeBob.
Spyro
Welcome
the Dragon
to the
characters,
stream.
but not as we know them. And that's all I can tell you about the development. Not a lot of info, but that seems to be the way with these later games. So let's move on to something. World and characters. Development. Not a lot of info, but that seems to mention most.
When is your birthday though, Neon? When is your birthday actually, Neon? When actually is your birthday?
Those old faces have had a complete revamp in terms of appearance and personality. So they're Spyro the Dragon characters, but not as we know them. And that's all I can tell you about the development.
Spyro walking
Not a lot of
like that with
info,
that
but that seems to be
neutral
the way with these
expression on his
later
face is
games.
also
So
kinda
let's move
cute.
on to something more interesting. Story, world, and characters. Like most of the Spyro games, the story for A Hero's Tale is pretty basic. The first cinematic of the game shows us a Nork, yep, those guys are back, placing a dark, foreboding gem into the grounds of the Dragon Village. As he does so, the land darkens, flowers
Understandable,
shrink and
James.
disappear, and up sprout spiky, twisted vines. We see other Norks pouring into the Dragon Village with even more of these dark gems. Then the camera pans to reveal none other
Oh,
than
hello,
Nasty Nork
Riley.
himself, Spyro's nemesis from the first game.
Haven't seen
He
you
then
for a
commands his
bit.
minions
Nice
to travel
to
through
see you,
a portal
Riley.
to wreak havoc in other realms by
Welcome,
planting more
Riley.
dark gems. Nasty Nork then signals to someone off screen and makes his way to the cave behind him. We're then introduced to the main antagonist of A Hero's Tale, the fallen dragon Red. Red uses his magic to block off the cave entrance with spiky vines before flying away. Okay, before I carry on, I just want to say, can developers please stop recycling bad guys? Red doesn't bother me too much, as though he is a little cliché, he's at least a new villain. But do we really need to go up against Nasty Nork again? As far as I'm concerned, I kicked his butt when I was
haven't
6
seen
years
Nasty
old.
Knock for a
At least give me a
while.
good reason as to why he's still alive, because this is the same issue I had when
Still
Riptor
here,
fell into lava
Neon?
in Spyro 2, yet still came back and Enter the Dragonfly. Anyway, rant over and back to the story. The Professor gives Spyro some brief information
You
on
were
Red and
banned
his
from
dark...
your devices, were you, Riley? For how long and why? Oh my god, for how long and why though, Riley? Orgy. Oh, Riley from Inside Out.
As far as I'm concerned, I kicked his butt when I was 6 years old. At least give me a good reason as to why he's still alive, because this is the same issue I had when Riptor fell into lava in Spyro 2, yet still came back and Enter the Dragonfly. Anyway, rant over and back to the story. The Professor gives Spyro some brief information on Red and his dark gems, and I mean
No.
brief. All we know is that Red was once a dragon elder who
just a
became
blunt
evil at some
no.
point in the past, was thought gone by all, but is back anyway,
Cool,
and using the
James.
dark gems to slowly drain all life from the land and power his magic. So Spyro sets off across the realms to destroy the dark gems, defeat Red, and save the day. But this isn't the way we're used to exploring the world. Every Spyro game I've covered up to this point has Spyro in a main home world, with a multitude of portals or vehicles to reach a new realm, or level if you like. While these still exist here and there in A Hero's Tale, the majority of the exploration is one seamless adventure, with no need for portals or loading screens. And when I mention realms in this game, I'm actually talking about the world that Spyro currently resides in. As Spyro traverses these realms and destroys more dark gems, new areas will open up. Most areas are designed to match the realm they're situated in, but there are a few exceptions. These are usually the areas that require a mode of transportation to reach. There are 4 main realms in A Hero's Tale: Dragon Kingdom, Lost Cities, Icy Wilderness, and Volcanic Isles. Each is broken up into 3 or 4 areas, with a smaller area to fight the realm's boss in. The majority of enemies you'll face in this game are Norks. It's the usual bog-standard
Be
Spyro
surprised if
combat.
he wasn't,
If it's big,
Jacob.
breath attack it. If it's wearing armour, charge it, then breath attack it. Dragon Kingdom is made up of 3 main areas. Dragon Village is where the game starts off. A
Hello,
vibrant and
Riley.
relatively peaceful
Why
village in the
were you
hills.
banned from
There's the
your
odd Nork to deal with,
devices?
but nothing too dangerous for Spyro. He'll meet not only the Professor who I mentioned earlier,
Cool,
but also the
James.
dreaded Moneybags,
Sounds
who
like
has
a decent
completely
price.
changed his ethnic background, now sporting an Arabic accent with outfit to match.
Hey, check it out, Spyro. I have got a shot.
Yeah, kind of stereotypical that is. The Arabic money bags. I don't buy the fact that it's money bags. That is not money bags. That is Moneybags' Arabic cousin who just so happens to have the same name. That's my
Moneybags will crop
in-canon
up plenty
explanation
times in
for
the
why
game too,
Moneybags
so
look
there's no escape from
different.
him. Spyro will also run into his good old buddy and playable side character Hunter, who's less goofy than his past accent, with
Hunter's playable in this game now.
outfit
Nice.
to match.
Hey, check it out, Spyro. I have got a shop here too.
Moneybags will crop up plenty of times in the game too, so there's no escape from him. Spyro will also run into his good old buddy and playable side character Hunter, who's less goofy than his past iterations, Zoe the Fairy, who still acts as a save point throughout the game, newcomers Nanny,
Destroys.
Flame and Ember, the latter being the dragon version of overly attached girlfriend,
And destroy Spyro's brain cells. Zoe.
and even Elder Thomas, who shares his name with Thomas of Spyro 1. In fact, all the Elder Dragons Spyro meets, bar Red himself, are named after dragons from the first game. I assume they're the same characters, even if their appearances have changed. Thomas was yellow in Spyro 1, but now he's blue. The last character Spyro will meet here once he knows how to double jump is everybody's favourite flying penguin, Sergeant Bird. I'm not a massive fan of this version, to be honest. His appearance is more or less the same as it was in Spyro 3, but his personality is completely different, and not for the better. In Spyro 3, he understood the importance of dragon eggs in his world, and helped Spyro in any way he could to retrieve them. In A Hero's Tale, however,
Yeah, you definitely should, James. Absolutely.
he regards collecting dragon eggs as a waste of his time, and sees more value in the light gems. At least playing him is quite fun. Moving on to the next area, and the first that differs from its
Yes,
realm,
I'm
we
sure
have
it is.
Crocodile Swamp. This dark bog is filled with Crocoval natives, blue dragon dogs, dragon-eating spiders and plants,
I can kind
various
of see what you
traps,
mean, Felix,
and of course,
but it is
deadly
different
quicksand.
Mostly. Of course,
Here, Spyro will
I'd be
meet
surprised
another
if he
playable
wasn't a
character,
fan, Jacob.
Blink. Blink is the Professor's nephew and has what he describes as fresh aerophobia, a fear of not being underground. He's also my most hated character in the game. I'll show you why later on. Spyro meets two more characters in Crocoval Swamp. Fredneck the Frog, who will help Spyro cross the deadly quicksand by way of his lily pads, and Elder Magnus, possibly the campiest dragon that's ever existed and nothing like his past self.
Spyro, darling, you'll need to learn as much as you can to help you in your quest to find Red.
Magnus of Spyro 1 was a sandy colour with
Same
brown
here,
spots,
I'll be
and sounded a lot gruffer when he talked. Also, Spyro 1
Why have
Magnus was a
Riley and
peacekeeper
Neon
dragon, so he was quite
disappeared
well
too?
built, whereas a Hero's Tail Magnus is a little on the chubby side. Still, I'll give this version points for making me chuckle. Finally, on to Dragonfly Falls, an exotic island complete with caves, waterfalls, and tropical flora. New enemies include vultures that will not only do damage to Spyro but also knock him into piranha-infested waters, and angry goats and their staff-wielding shepherds, which is a nice little throwback to Spyro 1. Once everything's been done in these areas, and 10 dark gems have been destroyed, Spyro can head back to Dragon Village to take on Nasty Nork, located in Nasty's cave. As he makes his way across the bridge, it begins to collapse, forcing Spyro to make a mad dash to the other side. He makes it, of course, because, come on, he's the hero of the game, and we're then introduced to this version of Nasty Nork. I'm guessing the dragons in Spyro 1 were right
Yes,
about him
you
being
I
simple,
feel you should,
because not only
James.
does Nasty not remember the details of his previous fight with Spyro, he thinks he won it too. Spyro's not really in the mood for stupidity, and gets the fight going. The boss battles in this game are fairly repetitive, and if you're like me, you'll probably be bored halfway through wishing they were over. I'll go into more detail about each one in the gameplay section. Anyway, Spyro defeats Nasty Nork, again,
Why does
which in
Spyro
turn
look
releases
so
a fairy called
tired when
Amp
he
from
runs
Nasty's
in
mace.
this game?
She blesses Spyro with electric breath. Spyro then makes his way to the Professor's teleportation device in order to go to the Lost City's realm. Another cutscene will play, showing a Nork informing
Seems
Red
very
that Nasty was
cool.
defeated by a plucky purple dragon.
He's-
Red takes out his
Yeah,
frustrations
that's
on the poor
pretty
Nork,
cool,
freezing him
informing
solid
him.
and smashing the ice to pieces, which gives us a glimpse into more of Red's power. The
God,
camera
that's
then
pretty
pans
damn
to reveal
dark.
the next upcoming
Killing
boss,
him outright
Neptune,
like that.
a huge, ugly mermaid
In ice.
that reminds me of Ursula from Disney's The Little Mermaid.
She was
When
definitely
Spyro arrives
inspired
in
by
Lost Cities,
Ursula,
we'll
that
start off in
character,
coastal
who
remains,
I
an area
really
made
can't
up of
remember the
sandy
name of.
beaches, lakes, and ancient ruins. New enemies here include 2 different types of crabs, a smaller one that can be charged or breath attacked, and a larger one that can only be defeated by charging to knock it over and then head bashing its
The
belly.
year
There are also hostile natives and
2319
all their
will
traps that
certainly
Spyro
be
must avoid,
will
as well as
certainly
clams
be
and jellyfish in the pools
considered
of
Monsters,
water.
Inc. Yeah,
We meet 2 new
definitely.
characters here. The first is Otto the Otter, ha ha, a surfer dude with the personality to match. He tasks Spyro with refilling his pool because, you know, he can't apparently do that himself. The second character is Turtle Mother, who tasks Spyro with protecting her offspring while they make their way to the water. The next area Spyro will visit is Sunken Ruins, which is accessed by destroying the dark gem in the large beach area and riding the elevator down. Sunken Ruins is what remains of a vast underwater city, filled with enemies such as mernorks, red dragon dogs, and pufferfish. Spyro will meet a friendly mermaid here named Lily, though she doesn't seem to understand what Spyro is. A lot of the exploration here involves avoiding falling into acid pools until you unlock the invincibility power-up, pole swinging, elevator riding, and flipping switches, so it can get a bit tiring to navigate after a while. The last area to visit in Lost Cities is Cloudy Domain, a city high up in the sky. This one's a mixed bag for me. I love the look of the place. It's kind of Cloud9 realm from Enter the Dragonfly meets Cloud City from Star Wars. It's just the platforming that frustrates me. It feels awesome to jump and glide from platform to platform high above the clouds, shooting enemies out of the sky. Then you get parts like this. I mean, could you make platforming any more boring than this?
Cool.
Enemies in Cloudy Domain include
Jeffy,
seagulls
I
that
used to
carry
have a
poop
scratch account,
explosives,
but
and
it's
flying
pretty, it's
norks for a
completely
nice change of
defunct now.
pace. Spyro will meet Elder Titan here, who vaguely looks like his Spyro 1 counterpart.
I wouldn't
vaguely.
I
He hasn't
wouldn't
aged
recommend
well either,
doing that.
with
You would
poor hearing
definitely.
and possible
I would
early
definitely
signs
not
of
recommend
dementia.
doing that,
Quite
James.
sad, really. Once Spyro has destroyed enough dark gems, he can head back to the main hub and enter the acid-filled watery tomb to deal with a Neptune. She comments on Spyro's size, telling him he's
Neptune.
larger
Oh,
than she
that's her name.
expected,
Oh, okay.
which completely throws Spyro off. She then proceeds to show off her dreadful table manners by spitting acid at Spyro, which in turn starts the fight. Once she's been defeated and sinks into the acid water, a new fairy will appear called Aqua. She grants Spyro the power of, can you guess? Yep, water breath. Spyro can now move on to the icy wilderness realm, which gives us the next cutscene involving Red. After killing yet another poor Nork out of frustration, Red brings in a new enemy to slow down Spyro, a mammoth. Spyro
Who
will
looks
arrive
exactly like Manny from Ice
Frostbite
Age,
Village.
in my opinion.
This place is made up of snow-covered
please don't. I
towns,
really wouldn't
frozen over
recommend it,
ponds,
James.
and ice caverns. Enemies include the native Eskimos and, of course, Yetis. There's always a Yeti. There are two new characters to meet here, Phil the Penguin and his wife Peggy, who both set Spyro tasks to complete. As he makes his way through the area, he'll come face to face with the mammoth from the cutscene earlier. Before Spyro can fight back, he is stomped and promptly captured by the mammoth. Sparks is also captured, but manages to find a way out and zooms off to get help. He finds Hunter practicing his archery, and this is where the new area begins, Gloomy Glacier. This area is mostly made up of caves of various sizes, filled with prehistoric bones and booby traps. New enemies include large bats that swoop down to attack Hunter, and a necromancer who summons skeletal warriors to fight for him. We meet an old friend in the caves too, though he might as well be a stranger given how much the developers butchered him.
Hey, it's not my old pal, Hunter. What are you doing in these parts?
They didn't give him his British accent. Oh.
Yep, that is Bentley the Yeti from Spyro 3. Now with just 2 brain cells and no fight in him whatsoever. He's been kicked out of his home by other Yetis and can't apparently chase them away himself, even though that's exactly what he did in Spyro 3 against the Rhinox. Hunter helps him out by defeating the aforementioned
What replaced it, MLP fan?
Yetis, and we get to take a look at Bentley's home, which is pretty cool. No sign of Bartholomew though. Once Hunter makes his way to the end of Gloomy Glacier, Spyro can be found in a suspended cage in Ice Citadel. Hunter frees him and asks if he'd like help on his quest. Spyro, apparently forgetting the fact Hunter just saved his butt, rudely declines and carries on by himself. Poor Hunter, nobody appreciates you, buddy. The Ice Citadel is a large metal building and is pretty boring to look at really. It's also well below freezing here, judging by what the resident Ice Princess tells us.
Please warm this place up. It's colder than a witch's. I'm on it.
New enemies
Colder
include...
than a witch's. She was gonna say witch's tit. What does that even mean? Colder than a witch's tit. That cold blood and skin. Aww.
Bear traps that will snap at Spyro when he gets too close, and ice golems which I couldn't seem to defeat with flame breath, only fire bombs. Spyro will meet the final Elder here, who's been imprisoned in the Citadel for some time given the tallies on the wall. Astor is a green dragon, whilst his Spyro 1 counterpart was a dark grey colour. He's also impatient, and sometimes rude, frequently cutting Spyro off mid-sentence and mentioning Spyro's ADD. Once all the dark gems have been destroyed...
Wait, what? Spyro apparently has ADD? Scary, 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 scary.
I guess the mammoth is no more, given Red's warning to it if it failed. I guess the mammoth is no more, mid-sentence, and wall. Astor is a green dragon, whilst his Spyro 1 counterpart was a dark grey colour. He's also impatient and sometimes rude, frequently cutting Spyro off mid-sentence and mentioning Spyro's ADD.
Spyro apparently has ADD. I guess that's sometimes apparent, but ADD, my god.
Part was a dark grey colour. He's also impatient and sometimes rude, frequently cutting Spyro off mid-set dragon, whilst his Spyro 1 counterpart was a dark grey colour. He's also impatient and sometimes rude, frequently cutting Spyro off mid-sentence and mentioning Spyro's ADD. Once all the dark gems have been destroyed, it's time to head back to Frostbite Village and deal with the big bad boss. But it's not the mammoth we're up against, it's actually Red. I guess the mammoth is no more, given Red's warning to it if it failed.
If you let me down, you know.
Welcome back, Neon. We're still watching the history video with Manny the Mammoth capturing Spyro, and Spyro just now being called rude by Tori, which I wasn't a fan of, and Spyro just voiced his distaste for.
This has got to be one of the
Electra
most
comes
irritating
back soon.
fights I've ever done in a Spyro game. I'll tell you why later on. Once Red has been bested, he flies out of the...
If you let me down, you know what will happen.
Elder Astor.
Astor is a green dragon.
Exactly, Neon, but Spyro,
But it's not the
I
mammoth
don't
we're up
like how
against.
Spyro
It's
was
actually
called
Red.
rude just
I
now.
guess the mammoth is no more, given Red's warning to it if it failed.
If you let me down, you know what will happen.
This has got to be one of the most irritating fights I've ever done in a Spyro game. I'll tell you why later on. Once Red has been bested, he flies out of the arena. One of the most irritating fights I've ever done in a Spyro game. I'll tell you. I guess the mammoth is no more, given Red's warning to it if it failed.
If you let me down, you know what will happen.
This has got to be one of the most irritating fights I've ever done in a Spyro game. I'll tell you why later on. Once Red has been bested, he flies out of the arena, dropping his scepter in the process and releasing a fairy named Frieza. She grants Spyro the power of Ice Breath, the most awesome breath in the game given its usefulness. Spyro can now use the Professor's
Spyro's face there when he said that he was using it. That you can now use Ice Breath.
teleportation device to travel to the final realm, Volcanic Isles. We're treated to another cutscene showing Red flying to the top of a volcano, and once Spyro arrives in the first area, Stormy Beach, the Professor explains that Red has a secret laboratory hidden deep inside the volcano, and that he's going to go there himself to stop Red. I think we can already guess this is going to end in disaster. Stormy Beach is filled with old ships and cargo, which Spyro can climb to reach other areas, as well as a cave system acting as a smuggler's den. Spyro meets another unimportant NPC here, Wally the Walrus. Like the other NPCs, he's just here to give Spyro a task to complete, and then he'll never crop up again. As Spyro makes his way through the smuggler's den, he'll come across a large stone dragon head that'll open up once the dark gem in front of it is destroyed. This will lead him into the next area, Molten Mount, which is filled with pools of lava, spitting molten rock, and large dead trees. We get a nice new batch of enemies here, including phoenixes, fire imps, and rock golems. The first two can only be defeated with water or ice breath, and the third is defeated by charging into them and knocking them off the cliff, reminiscent of the Earthshapers in Spyro 2's Fracture Hills. Tina the hyena actually sets us the task of defeating the rock golems as revenge for them burning down her house. The next area Spyro visits is Magma Falls, which is split into two parts and connected via a ball gadget device. Magma Falls Top and Magma Falls Bottom. It's more or less the same as the previous area in terms of enemies and design, and Spyro will need to reach the end of Magma Falls Bottom in order to move on to the next area, which is Dark Mine. Imagine a typical cartoonish evil villain mine. Steam pipes, wooden structures, pools of acid, and a lot of excavation machinery. That's Dark Mine. Red has been performing all sorts of weird experiments in his lab, namely turning his Nork minions into robots. These Robo-Norks are a lot tougher to take down, being immune to flame breath, and some possessing ranged attacks that can hit Spyro from a fair distance. Luckily, they're vulnerable to electric and ice breath. Other enemies include haywire robots which can either attack Spyro head-on or use turrets, and frilled dragon dogs that can breathe fire. The last area of the game is Red's laboratory. Just like Dark Mine, this is your typical bad guy's secret underground lab, with consoles lining the walls, wires running across the ceilings and floors, deadly laser traps, and Robonorks everywhere. The only NPCs you'll come across in Red's laboratory are the maintenance robots that keep everything running. Once the final dark gem of the game is destroyed, it's time to take on Red and defeat him once and for all. Spyro enters the main part of the lab to find the Professor, who has been captured by Red and forced to create his robot army. Thanks a lot, Professor. Red makes his appearance, and Spyro is dumb enough to knock him into the Nork conversion machine. Robonorks everywhere. The only NPCs you'll come across in Red's laboratory are the maintenance robots that keep everything running. Once the final dark...
The stream will finish soon,
Gem of the
Jacob. Duncan's not around at the moment, James. Stream will be finishing soon, Jacob.
The game is destroyed. It's time to take on Red and defeat him once and for all. Spyro enters the main part of the lab to find the Professor, who has been captured by Red and forced to create his robot army. Thanks a
What game, James?
lot, Professor. Red makes his appearance.
Welcome back, Electro. I'm glad you're able to come back. I hope Neon is still around. He came back briefly, but he still hasn't chatted. I hope he's still around.
And Spyro is dumb enough to knock him into the Nork conversion machine, turning Red into a robot himself. And the Professor can't let the game end without doing Spyro in one more time. So in an effort to help out, he accidentally enlarges Red. Professor, I will kill you myself, I swear. A fairly long-winded fight ensues, but ultimately, our plucky purple dragon comes out victorious. Red is changed back to a normal dragon. A long-winded fight ensues, but ultimately, our plucky purple dragon comes out victorious. Red dragon comes out victorious. Red is changed back to a he accidentally enlarges Red. Professor, I will kill you myself, I swear. A fairly long-winded fight ensues, but ultimately, our plucky purple dragon comes out victorious. Red is changed back to a normal dragon, and then shrunk down to bug size to be placed in a glass jar, keeping him out of trouble. And then the game ends, because why not? There is a secret ending if you 100% complete the game, but honestly, it's pretty terrible for how long that takes to do, and I just couldn't be bothered. If you want to check it out, look up A Hero's Tale Secret Ending on YouTube. I guarantee you'll be disappointed. So let's wrap up this part and move on to gameplay. In terms of controlling Spyro, some commands are the same as previous games, others are new, and the rest will leave you scratching your head. Spyro starts off with some basic abilities, and as he visits each Elder, he'll learn something new. Perhaps the biggest head scratcher most people talk about is the swapping of circle and square. Every game up to this point uses square to charge and circle to breath attack, but A Hero's Tale wants to be different, and different apparently means mixing up the button commands. Needless to say, I was caught out a few times at the beginning of the game when I dashed off a platform instead of breathing fire on the nearby chests. Gliding's been changed too, but I kind of like it now. In previous games, you'd press X to jump, X again to glide, then press triangle at the end of your jump to hover and gain more height. That was about the extent of your control while gliding. If you stopped midway, you couldn't start gliding again, and Spyro...
Oh, you're back again, Neon. Oh, right.
...fall to his death in most cases.
What are you up to, Neon? How come you've had to go for a bit? Electro's back now, by the way. Electro's back now, by the way, Neon. Oh, you were saying something that Red could have said to Spyro? Ah, okay. And no, I don't lack suspension of disbelief. I feel I have a really, really good suspension of disbelief. I just didn't realise that you were saying something Red could have said to Spyro.
Height. That was about the extent of your control while gliding. If you stopped midway, you couldn't start gliding again, and Spyro would fall to his death in most cases. In A Hero's Tale, Spyro learns the ability to double jump by pressing X and then X again, but loses his hover ability, so you're effectively gaining the height before you start gliding. Letting go of the X button will stop Spyro's glide, but holding it down again will continue it. Also, to make things a little easier for those trickier ledges, Spyro will grab onto the edge just in case he doesn't quite clear the top. I found the ledge grab to be hit and miss though, so it's best not to rely on it. As I mentioned before, each Elder Spyro visits will teach him a new ability. Elder Thomas teaches him how to horn dive, which is necessary in order to destroy all the dark gems scattered about the realms. Horn dive functions the same as head bash from previous games, and is performed by double jumping, then pressing the circle button. Elder Magnus teaches Spyro how to pole spin, because of course he does. It's fairly simple to perform. All you have to do is jump towards the pole to grab on, then press X to jump to the next pole. Changing direction is as simple as pushing in the opposite direction with the analog stick. Next up is Elder Titan, who teaches Spyro Wing Shield.
Spyro had wing shield and head bash / horn dive. Oh, you're drawing, are you? No problem, Neon. Spyro had head bash and horn dive in previous games, so had head bash and wing shield in previous games. So why does he need to learn those abilities again? He didn't need to learn the abilities he'd learnt in Gateway to Glimmer again in Year of the Dragon. So why did he need to learn them again in this game? Same thing he probably was already drawing. Mason, you've been here for ages. Oh, you're quoting AVGN. Oh, okay. It's alright, Mason, it's alright.
Performed by pressing and holding triangle. I personally never used the wing shield in normal combat. It's not as awful as the one in Enter the Dragonfly, but I'd still rather outmaneuver and kill the enemy before they throw a projectile at me. Finally, Elder Astor will teach Spyro the wall kick ability, performed by jumping between two close together walls and pretty much mashing X all the way to the top. Spyro's other mechanic, which is worth going into detail about, is his various breath attacks: fire, electric, water, and ice.
Attacking Blink, yeah, she really does hate Blink.
Each breath can be selected by using the D.
I don't know. I don't know when I really don't know what I meant when I said that. I just don't know.
Pad on the PS2 controller. We all know fire breath, so let's talk about electric breath first. It's mostly used to power switches and devices which you'll find in pretty much every area of the game. It can be used to defeat enemies, but it takes longer to do so than fire breath, so I never really used it as my main attack and just stuck with fire breath for the majority of the game.
No problem, Martin.
The next one you learn is incredibly useless in my opinion. Water breath cannot defeat enemies, only stun them, and it's used for the odd water device that needs to be turned on or for pushing objects. Okay, it can kill phoenixes and fire imps that appear later in the game, but so can ice breath. I feel like water breath only exists so that the player gets a reward for killing the big bad boss. By far the most useful is of course the one you get last, ice breath. Unlike Enter the Dragonfly, where ice breath felt pointless due to fire or electric breath killing enemies faster, ice breath in A Hero's Tale bypasses the process of having to knock off an enemy's armour by letting you freeze any enemy regardless of size or shield. All you then have to do is charge into them to kill them. Not to mention it has quite a large spread. I was freezing enemies that the ice breath particles didn't even seem to touch. Gotta love those hitboxes. I may as well mention the bomb ammo Spyro can pick up and spit as well. This ammo comes in 4 varieties just like Spyro's breath attacks: fire bombs, ball lightnings, aqua bombs and ice missiles. They can be thrown by tapping R1 and thrown even further by holding down R1.
Nice.
To be honest, I hardly used the bombs. I never felt like they were a necessary part of the game, so I don't have footage to show you of all their different effects.
Do you prefer Electro? Do you prefer A Hero's Tale or the Reignited trilogy? I know you prefer Legend of Spyro over all of those, but do you prefer Hero's Tale or the Reignited trilogy, Electro? Yeah, bye, Martin. You're confused and delayed just quite enough.
Sorry. In all, Spyro's mechanics and abilities will show you of all their different effects. Felt like they were a necessary part of the game, so I don't have footage to show you of all their different effects. Sorry. In all, Spyro's mechanics and abilities whilst navigating through the realms feel very smooth and responsive, making platforming and combat with him pretty enjoyable. Especially so when you remember that this came out after Enter the Dragonfly,
cool, Mr.
and the
George.
platforming and combat in that was not great.
No.
Of course, Spyro isn't the only character to play as in A Hero's Tale. There's Sparks the Dragonfly, Hunter the Cheetah, Blink the Mole, and Sergeant Bird the Penguin.
Yeah.
Everybody bar Hunter is involved in minigames, and each minigame needs to be completed twice to collect all the available items. First for a Dragon Egg, and then again for a Light Gem. Dragon Eggs aren't necessary to collect, given they're only used to unlock cosmetic skins, artwork, model views and so on. Light Gems are the important items in the game, as Spyro needs to collect enough of them in order to unlock the Professor's various gadgets and power-ups. But seeing as you get the Dragon Egg first on each minigame, you're going to collect a fair few regardless. So back to the side characters. I want to start with Hunter and Blink first because, like Spyro, their gameplay involves platforming. Except while I found Hunter very rewarding to play, I thought Blink was absolutely terrible. So what can Hunter do? Well, obviously he can't glide or breathe fire like Spyro, but he can leap pretty far and high with his double.
Kenny as Spyro. No clue what Emperor you're referring to, Jacob. Or no clue what Cusco would say, Jacob.
He also has a stomp attack that's the same as Spyro's horn dive.
Oh, well, I'm very sorry, Electro, but I personally feel the complete opposite way to you. I personally feel the complete opposite way to you. No, she isn't. Neon, you're obviously mistaken for Blink. Well, I'm sorry, Electro, but I personally prefer, I personally feel that Tom Kenny's Spyro voice is incredibly fitting. I'm really not a fan of, Jess Harnell's incredibly nasally voice. I get he was more going for Carlos Alazraqui, a Carlos Alazraqui type voice, and I do prefer, and I do still really like Carlos Alazraqui's voice. But that was because Spyro was supposed to be younger in the as it was the first game. Spyro is supposed to be much older in The Hero's Tale. The Hero's Tale was much later in the series. So the fact Spyro's gone back to having a similar voice to the one he had in the first game, yet even more nasally, is I'm sorry, I just don't think Jess Harnell's Spyro voice fits him that well at all. It's not awful. It's not an awful Spyro voice. I'm just not a fan. I know, Electro, and thank you for understanding, though. Though I still think, though, Tom Kenny's voice is much more fitting, in my opinion. Oh, the Emperor from Star Wars. No clue what he'd say. Thanks, Neon. But who do you prefer, Neon? Which Spyro voice do you prefer, Neon? Tom Kenny or Jess Harnell? No clue what the Emperor would say, Jacob. Because I just have the complete opposite opinion to you, and I thought you may be a little surprised by that, considering how good friends we are. All right. Oh, whoops. What do you prefer? Do you prefer Tom Kenny's voice and aren't a fan of Jess Harnell's as well, Mr. George? Yeah, we will be ending very soon. James. Alright, alright, Mason, okay, thank you for coming. To have a favourite voice for Spyro? But you have heard his voice, haven't you, Neon? You're fine with both of them? Oh, okay, if you say so.
Then there's that nifty bow of his that can be used to take out enemies from afar and break open chests. The bow can either be used manually by holding L1 and firing with square, or
Plain
automatically by
irrational,
waiting for the
logical, and
reticle to appear.
ridiculous. I do see what you mean, Electro. I do definitely see what you mean. Go on then, Jacob, let's hear it.
And then hitting square. Hunter can even find and use explosive arrows for a bit of extra kick, usable by pressing R1. These are necessary in order to break open certain walls and find goodies inside. He's not useless in close quarters combat either, able to deliver a nasty dash punch with circle button, and even use his bow as a melee weapon by hitting square whilst in the air. He can also perform a flying kick the same way by pressing circle, but I don't think I ever use this in combat. The last nifty thing Hunter can do is wall climb, by running up to a climbable surface and jumping onto it.
I completely agree,
He'll then dig his
Neon,
claws
though.
in, and you can move him vertically or horizontally.
I kinda do
While I
feel-
only made use of Hunter twice during my playthrough, he was certainly fun to play.
Alright,
And
understandable.
given that
Thank
he's
you so
integral in
much for
saving
saying
Spyro
that,
at one
Electro
point,
and Neon.
I don't
Thank
feel
you
like he's
so
an
much.
unnecessary addition to the
Making
game.
me feel a bit
So what
better.
about Blink? Well, take
D
a
is
mix
for
of
dirty.
Spyro and Hunter's abilities, jiggle them around a bit, and make everything feel 10 times slower, and you have Blink. Honestly, I really didn't
Dirty
enjoy
Mr.
playing him.
George.
In fact,
Diesel
I found him
George.
so awful to play that I gave up midway through his last minigame in Volcanic Isles. Blink's minigames involve going underground and destroying all the dark gems he can find there, but they aren't all
I
located
hope
in the
he
same
will
area.
too,
That would be too
James.
easy and make this character less tedious to play. So Blink will have to make use of his digging, climbing, and wall kicking
thanks
abilities to
again,
reach them.
Electro.
I would say his jumping abilities too, but both Spyro and Hunter put him to shame in that regard. Digging is accomplished by pressing circle and can only be used on certain surfaces. Doing so will move Blink into a new section of the minigame and act as a checkpoint for him, so at least if you die you don't have to start right at the beginning. Wall kicking is pretty much the same as Spyro's, except Blink can cling indefinitely to the wall. Butt bounce is the same as horn dive,
Cool,
and
MLP
monkey barring along
fan.
the ceiling is the same
Thanks
as Hunter's
again,
wall
Neon.
climb. You're just going forwards and backwards rather than up and down. Blink has two other abilities up his sleeve. He can use his laser blaster to destroy boxes and kill enemies, albeit very slowly. It's basically a crap version of Hunter's bow. Not to mention, if it's shot too much, it overheats. His other ability is picking up
Oh, hey,
amazing
Train
bombs
Boss,
to blow
welcome
stuff
to
up.
the stream. I'm afraid you're joining us at a very, very, very bad time, as I am just about to end this live stream. I'm so sorry, Train Boss. I really do wish... Yeah, you showed up pretty late, but I really do wish Odd and Victor would have as well. Yeah, you're a true friend too. No. Are you not a fan of Blink's mini... So have you played A Hero's Tale, Neon? And I take it if you have, you're not a fan of it either, are you? Thank you for understanding, Train Boss.
These are necessary to destroy dark gems and metal crates, as Blink has no other way to do so, but even this isn't smooth sailing. You're supposed to be able to tap R1 for a short throw, and hold it down and release for a longer throw. But I sometimes found tapping R1 would do nothing, and other times it would throw out 2 bombs instead of just 1. Other times, the sound effect for throwing a bomb wouldn't even play, meaning I would catch myself out and take an unnecessary hit. At least the developers put in a crouch ability for Blink, to stop him taking damage from explosions,
I hope he will,
accomplished by pressing triangle,
Jacob.
assuming you actually realise he's trying to kamikaze himself. The worst part of it all, though, is getting the first minigame done, and then realising that if you want that sweet light gem, you're going to have to come back and do it all over again, with twice as many
thanks
dark
again,
gems to destroy.
Jim.
Now you can
Train
see why I
Boss.
hate Blink so much. So let's move on to Sparks and his minigames. While travelling through each realm, you'll occasionally find cracks in the walls that are impossible for Spyro to fit through. This is where Sparks comes in.
I don't think
His
I
minigames
may
are
not.
basically
If
rail
you didn't
shooters
enjoy it
and
and
require
Tori
him to go
didn't,
from
then I
point A
might
to
not
point
enjoy
B.
it either.
Sounds simple
Neon.
enough, but on the way, waves of bugs will try to stop him,
Yeah,
as well as other
looking
creatures
forward.
related
Yeah,
to the
you
realm
should
Spyro's in.
definitely should,
Sparks
James.
can shoot out an endless stream of
would
bullets
really
by
like to
holding
see that
down
as
X,
well.
which can also be temporarily
Really like to see
upgraded into rapid fire by collecting the red spinning items. He can even collect missiles and use them by pressing square. The best weapon he has, though, is the smart bomb. They're not commonly found, and for good reason. They can destroy
Exactly.
every enemy in the screen with one triangle click. It's not just enemies that'll damage
The
Sparks.
same opinion
You'll have
on him as you. I take it you're not a fan of Blink's levels, either are you,
to
Electro?
avoid falling rocks, doors that smash shut continuously, and tunnel entrances that need to be opened by hitting switches. Luckily, Sparks can speed himself up or put on the brakes with R1 and L1 respectively. Just be careful that you don't run out of turbo boost. I found the Sparks minigames quite entertaining. The only thing I would say was that the difficulty level was a complete mix. By far the hardest one to do in my opinion was only the second one of the game. The combination of slamming doors, falling rocks and spiders throwing webs was very difficult to deal with. I got there in the end though, and it's still infinitely more entertaining than Blink's minigames. Finally we come to Sergeant Bird and his minigames, which have taken the old Speedway idea and changed things up a teeny bit. As you know, Speedways of previous games were a fairly bog-standard affair. Fly through or destroy the various objectives before time runs out. The route you needed to take was pretty obvious too, usually starting out with rings, then moving on to whatever was in your field of view. Spyro 3 and Enter the Dragonfly even included races against the inhabitants of said speedways. The speedways of A Hero's Tale do things a little differently. The biggest change, of course, is that it's Sergeant Bird completing them, not Spyro. There doesn't seem to be an obvious route to take either. At least I couldn't work out where to go, and spent most of my time flying around aimlessly, hoping to spot that last archway. There's also no races in these speedways. Coming back a second time for the light gem has you doing the same thing, only with less time and more spread out objectives. In terms of his abilities, Sergeant Bird is very enjoyable to play. I never found his flying awkward or slow, and
I
he
take
can
it you're not a
in fact be
fan
sped
of
up
insects
by
in that
collecting
case,
the booster fuel
Electro.
barrels located in certain areas of the speedway. To make Sergeant Bird fly, hold down X to thrust him into the air. It can also be let go in order to drop speed or altitude. Just make sure you don't hit the ground or he'll be temporarily stunned. Speed him up by holding down square at the same time as X, but this will only work for as long as he has booster fuel. Sergeant Bird has 2 weapons at his disposal. Bombs that can be dropped out of the sky, and missiles that lock on and chase down a target. While the help menu informs you that bombs are better for ground targets and missiles for aerial targets, I found the missiles were effective.
I found I'm sure I'll find Sergeant Bird a joy to play as in A Hero's Tale. I found him a joy to play as in, even though he didn't have his jetpack, I did find him a joy to play as in Year of the Dragon.
At both. Playing Sergeant Bird was a pleasant change from the usual platforming of A Hero's Tale, and of course, it's awesome to see old faces from past games make an appearance. Besides the mini-games involving each...
Okay. What will a train boss? Okay, guys. We've gone for 4 hours now. I wanted to finish the whole video and play a bit more Spyro Roblox games, but we simply didn't have the time tonight. I'm much too tired now, so I've got to end the stream now. Your mum! Because, oh yeah, in my Spyro YTP. Oh yes, cool. Yeah, I hope so too, MLP fan. I'll definitely... I don't know what it sounds like, Electra. I'll definitely have to give it a listen. Okay, guys, but as I said, this'll have to be the end of tonight's stream now. It wasn't as fun as I hoped it would be. But I still had a lot of fun tonight. I'm still pretty worried about old Luna and Electro, and Victor, though, as I didn't see them at all. Not even at Luna's premiere, at Luna's own premiere, or this stream. Still pretty fun tonight's stream was, though. Though I wish I had a few more people and talked a bit more about and could do more of what I wanted to do in this stream. Anyway, guys, thank you. Thank you, Neon. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, definitely do, James. Yeah, bye-bye, guys. Thanks, Electro. Thank you so much. Yes. I do, oh, God. So, yeah, I'm still working on my, on my Enter the Dragonfly YouTube poop. But, if I don't have it ready by Sunday, I do have a backup plan for what I want to do, for this weekend's Spyro Month video. if I'm not able to finish my Enter the Dragonfly YTP by Sunday, I'll do the Spyro Month video I had planned for next weekend. Which is talking about the Legend of Spyro film script. So yeah, if I don't complete the Legend of Spyro, the Enter the Dragonfly YouTube poop by Sunday, I'll do my review of the Legend of Spyro film script instead. There are quite a few films I'll never watch, Bill Bricks. But yeah, Nativity Rocks I very much doubt I'll ever watch. I'm not interested in watching it at all. Yeah, good, Mr. George. I'm sure they'll heavily appreciate it. So next week's live stream is gonna be just another normal one, guys. Hope you're looking forward to that. And also, guys, make sure you're subscribed to my travel channel, Train Lover 16's Travels, because this weekend, as I said, I'm going to be in London trying out Crossrail, the brand new Crossrail line. I'll be sending a lot of clips from that and posting them on my travel channel. I'm sure it'll be most of them, Bill Bricks. Any of them made after 2012. Work on what you feel is best. Well, admittedly, Neon, I have mostly been working on, admittedly, I feel, I'm just not interested in Bill Bricks. Just not interested at all. Admittedly, Neon, I have been working more on Redcliffe Railway, on Redcliffe Railway Tales than what's it called? Thank you, Mr. George. Admittedly, I have been working more on Redcliffe Railway Tales than the Enter the Dragonfly YouTube poop. But I still want to get it finished, certainly by the end of the month. Yep, indeed, Neon. Hope you're looking forward to seeing me post those clips from my trip on my travel channel this weekend. Yeah, pretty much, Bill Bricks, pretty much. Crossrail's this brand new commuter line that that opened in London this year. It's gonna really increase capacity and really increase rail capacity and hopefully reduce road capacity around reduce road congestion around London. It's gonna be so good. Hello, my name is Muntz. Exactly, Neon. And it's purple, just like Spyro. So Spyro's gonna be joining me on Crossrail tomorrow. He should take time, and he'll make mistakes. Yeah, I will make mistakes. But yeah, hope you're looking forward to all of those, guys. Hope you're looking forward to all of my upcoming videos and live streams, guys. All the ones I just mentioned. And I hope that Odd will finish The Fog Knows Your Name this weekend in another live stream. Yeah, but I personally prefer calling it Crossrail. The Elizabeth line makes it sound like an underground line, which it isn't. Crossrail is more akin to the RER in Paris, which is not part of the Paris Metro. Oh, hello, my name is Bruce. Hi, user. Cobalt likes trains, however, he still wouldn't mind learning more about the machines. he still wouldn't mind learning more about the machines. I'm sure he wouldn't. Cobalt likes trains. I'm sure he wouldn't. He definitely wouldn't, as wouldn't Electro. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to teaching you a lot about Crossrail over the course of this weekend, Electro. I'm really looking forward to it. You rock pin. Yeah, thank you, Neon. So that's why I really do not like calling Crossrail the Elizabeth line. Crossrail is Crossrail. I've known it as Crossrail for years, and I will always call it Crossrail until I die. Indeed, Gage, indeed. Mechanics first. You don't really have to know mechanics if, to know about trains, in my opinion. Yeah, I hate them too, MLP fan. Yeah, bye, guys. Again, this stream could have been more fun, but I did still really enjoy it, and I hope you're looking forward to my upcoming live videos and live streams in the near future, guys. Though, indeed, MLP fan, indeed. So thanks again so much for watching, guys. Yeah, they definitely seem to be Neon. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, TrainLover16, if you haven't already. And also make sure you're subscribed to my channel, to my travel channel, to stay up to date with my, I'm sure you did, Electro. Very understandable. I'm very glad you did. Yeah, bye, guys. Yeah, guys, also make sure, yeah, as I said, also make sure you're subscribed to my travel channel. I'll put a link in it in the chat. So you can stay up to date with my Crossrail trip this weekend. Let me tell you what, Spy Boy, let me tell you what, laughs. I'm very glad you did, Neon. Thanks again. Yeah, I kind of do as well, Neon. I kind of like them too as well, Neon. Yeah, as I said, guys, thanks again so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. And I will see you all in my next video. Goodbye, everyone!